Recording in progress.
Good evening, all. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Successor Agency. And we're going to wait for everybody to get a seat. Looks like most of the seats are full, but there's a few seats up front if you want a seat up in the front zone. Good, good. Again, welcome to the regular meeting for February 26, 2024. And if you wish to provide a public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card. They're in the back of the hall there and outside the doors a little bit, and bring it to our city clerk here. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish tonight.
Thank you and good evening. Hola, buenas noches. Me llamo Mónica. Estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, María. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse el más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas y a continuación elija el canal de su idioma. Thank you. We're ready.
And thank you very much. May we have our roll call for the evening?
Barnacle.
Here.
Cater Thompson.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
Now.
Here.
Posake.
Here.
Shribs.
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
All present.
Let's stand and have a pledge of allegiance tonight. And a moment of silence. Thank you. Looking down our agenda tonight and looking across the dais, I don't see that we have any need to make changes or deletions to this evening's agenda, which will bring us to our proclamation for the evening. Very fun one for us to read, but I would like to invite Faith Ross to the podium to accept tonight's proclamation for Petaluma Blacks for Community Development. And it's Black History Month, February 2024. Whereas Petaluma Blacks for Community Development was established in 1978 by a group of Black residents to acquaint the community with Black culture and history, to provide support for new Black families moving into the area, and ensure that the Black community became a positive part of larger Petaluma community. And whereas Petaluma Blacks for Community Development, in keeping with their goals and objectives, have continuously provided a venue for sharing with the community through an annual Black History program, museum exhibits, and individual member involvement in various community organizations and activities. The group has continued to provide support for Black families through social gatherings and reaching out to each other. And whereas Petaluma Blacks for Community Development has continuously supported our youth by making them active participants in the organization, encouraging them in their involvement in school and community activities, and teaching them to value our Black history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby acknowledge February 2024 as Black History Month and commend Petaluma Blacks for community development in their efforts to support the community at large and to provide our city with Black cultural activities and awareness of Black heritage. Thank you.
To the city manager, mayor, city council, and other city officials, we thank you for the proclamation and your support throughout the years. We are on a journey to break down some of the stereotypes that still plague our country and separate us because of color. I think that we have made some progress, and we are looking forward to how we can work as one community with each other. This year, I need to tell you this, that when we put out the call for people to come and help with the exhibit, we got so many calls. People called and said, I can come for an hour. I can come for 2 hours and help you out. And Janice was there every day working with us. It was so great to see so many people caring about what we are doing. And the Petaluma High School, their BIPOC community, their BIPOC club did the collage that's on the front of the exhibit. So I hope people go in and see that that was done by students in one of our schools. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank, my name is Tina Rogers, and I'm happy to have just like 30 seconds or 60 seconds. I want to thank Gloria Robinson and Faith Ross and your families and everyone for being diligent for nearly 50 years of making sure this type of stuff happens for the community. When we say black, it's not about a color, obviously. This is brown, so we all learned that. It's a culture thing. And I was one of those kids that lived right over here on F Street like in 1975. And my mom, Carolyn, worked at PG&E, one of the first black women to work here in Petaluma. And there's like a huge community, and we've all been here. And it's very, very important for us to continue to celebrate humanity and to celebrate all of us and all of our sufferings, all of our oppressions, but all of our glory and our gracious for not just God, for anybody that we celebrate. And that's what this is about. And it's for the children, and that's what the Petaluma Blacks, and this is what we've been doing. It's been about the children. It's been about the youth and for our students here in Petaluma. And not only just Petaluma, a fine example for Sonoma County. Thank you very much, Faith Ross. Thank you.
Thank you very much. General public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of speakers wishing to address the council. Time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. Is what the paperwork says. I have 50 cards for speakers tonight. And I think it's only fair that we not hold that to 20 minutes, but rather stay at a 1 minute maximum for each speaker, 50 minutes. If the point has been made previously, it can often be most time efficient if you reiterate the other person who eloquently said it prior, rather than repeating the full of the content. I think everyone in the audience will appreciate that effort. And if we can keep decorum to what our conventional standard is, which is no disruptions in the room. So with that, actually, I'd like to invite our city attorney to make a brief comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just provide a brief reminder about the rules that govern public participation at Brown Act meetings of the City of Petaluma, such as this one. These meetings are limited public forums. That means the public's right to speak is limited to comments on topics within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction. That's topics they can do something about, they have the authority to address, and also to comments pertinent to agenda items on tonight's agenda. These lawful limits on the public's participation help ensure that we can conduct the public's business. With the mayor's permission, I will assist him in identifying public comments that may not be consistent with these requirements. And if so, I'll provide a reminder, and hopefully that will be sufficient. And if not, we'll go to the next speaker. I also want to remind folks that tonight and every night the City Council meets, it's conducting important business of the City of Petaluma, which we cannot permit to be disruptive. And if need be, we'll provide reminders about disruptions of the meetings, and we have the ability to curtail those by removing people, but we don't want that to occur. And I hope that we can have a productive and a civil atmosphere in tonight's meeting. So thank you very much.
And thank you very much for that. I'd like to ask our clerk if we have received general public comment by email prior to this meeting.
Yes, we received 19 general public comments, and they are all posted on our website with the agenda.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask our moderator to share the messaging and setting the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers.
Thank you. And setting the clock for 1 minute per speaker tonight. And the first speaker will be Daniel Lynch, to be followed by Ben Peters. Is Daniel Lynch in? There we are.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is still Daniel Lynch, and I'm still houseless. Unfortunately, last week I was arrested for it. They called it trespassing. On public property, I don't understand this. If we own the property, then why would I be arrested? There's also that thing called the Constitution. Even the county agrees that 14 days is guaranteed for me to have a place. They gave me 2 72-hour notices, and I still had 2 days left. Also, they arrested me in the wrong parking lot. I was arrested the street at the Petaluma Market. Upon my release, I spoke with the manager at Petaluma Market, and they had no idea why I was arrested for trespassing in their parking lot. We're still friends. Somehow I was spared the loss of my...
Thank you. The 1 minute has expired. Appreciate your comments tonight. And for all, if your comments take longer than 1 minute, feel free to submit them to the clerk so they can be published as part of the record. Our next speaker is Ben Peters, to be followed by Corey Schaefer.
I'd like to thank Mr. Lynch for his comments. We have a lot of houseless people in our community. This is a very important meeting tonight. It's to set the goals and priorities for our city. I know for the past several meetings, a lot of people have attended, provided general public comment, and then left. If this is the one meeting you choose to attend tonight, I would like you to consider giving us the courtesy of remaining and providing commentary on what the goals and priorities of this community are, which are within our subject matter jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Schaefer, to be followed by Steve DeLue.
Good evening. I'm Corey Schaefer. My son has been on a swim team here in town for over 12 years, and the Petaluma Swim Center is a very valuable, important resource for the community. A couple things. It'd be a lot better for the users if we could increase the pool temperature to 81 degrees. There's also concern about the lack of good general lighting on the pool deck. Users are getting in that pool early in the morning. They're getting out in the evening when it's dark, and there's it's hazardous. Not great conditions not having better lighting in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve DeLue, to be followed by Sandra Shan.
I have talked to the council person, Janice Cater Thompson, about G Street, and our local organization's hope for an ordinance banning gas-powered leaf blowers. And she suggested the best thing for me to do is to make mention of this matter before the council during the public comment period, and that she would be a strong advocate for placing it on the agenda for the upcoming year. We ask that both the sale and use of gas-powered leaf blowers be banned by an ordinance placed into law by the City Council of Petaluma. This is low-hanging fruit. By taking this step, we can achieve a reasonable reduction in carbon emissions such that it would be more nearly possible to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. Thank you for your time, and I hope an ordinance to ban these lethal machines is part of the...
Oh, thank you. Your time has expired. Sandra Shand to be followed by Elaine Stivic.
Excuse me, I have a disability. Would you not start the clock while I'm standing up? I would like the full minute to speak. Thank you. Separation of church and state matters. As a diversity educator, I noted when the mayor repeatedly reassured synagogue members of his support for their wishes, well-being, and safety. He showed genuine caring and goodwill, which they absolutely deserve. Yet I've never heard that level of concern here for the wishes, well-being, and safety of Petaluma's Palestinian American residents who are Christian and Muslim. They too are stereotyped targets of bigotry, hate, threats, vandalism, suffering anguish over the loss of family to violence. They too deserve to be supported. Council, to make that poster real, I expect you to care equally for all Petalumans and not give power to one group based on race or religion. If you want feedback from houses of worship, include the Catholic Church, the Islamic Center, Quakers, etc. To ask just one ignores separation of church and state. If you aren't ready to listen without bias to all your constituents,
Thank you. The time has expired. Our next speaker is Elaine Stivic to be followed by Linda Corbett.
Mayor McDonald, City Manager, and council members, my name is Elaine Stivic, and I'm a resident at 28 Liberty Street here in Petaluma. I'm the Vice President of the Petaluma Women's Club and a member of its Time to Trestle Community Project Group. Investing in the rehabilitation of the Petaluma Trestle is not just about preserving a piece of architecture. It's a commitment to honoring our roots and preserving the legacy of future generations. The Petaluma Trestle is not merely a structure of wood and steel. It's a symbol of our community, its resilience, history, and identity. By investing in its rehabilitation, we're not just mending beams and rails, we're investing in the soul of Petaluma, ensuring that the stories of our past continue to resonate through the ages. I urge you to consider the significance of this city priority and support funding needed to breathe new life into this Petaluma Trestle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Corbett to be followed by Jan Cleve.
Hello, yes, good evening. My name is Linda Corbett, and I too am a member of the Petaluma Women's Club. And I don't know who is aware, but we are engaged with this project, and we'd like to see it become shovel-ready in the near future. I would like to make a few statements for my husband as well, who's not being able to join us, but also to let you know that we are members of the Petaluma Yacht Club, and we are greeters to many members that come to our training basins throughout the years. And we're greeters, and we continue to hear complaints about the danger and mess the trestle represents of our town, and they always ask what has taken our town so long to address this issue and accessing the federal infrastructure money and doing something about the eyesore. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Jan Cleve to be followed by Fida Shaheen.
Good evening, everybody. Right here, okay. My name is Jan Klebe. I'm co-founder of the Cinnabar Theater, so you may have seen me before. Anyway, I'm here today to say one thing. The Palestinians have a right to their country, to their lives and to freedom, which they have been denied for over 100 years. So please do what you can to stop the genocide that is taking place right now. I don't want blood on my hands.
Thank you. Vida Shaheen, to be followed by Sam Tuttleman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Fadad. Nice to be here. We need the ceasefire resolution because people are starving to death. It is inexplicable to me how we can stand by and this is the only war where humanitarian aid is being actively blocked. Hundreds of thousands of children are starving to death. Children as young as 5 have said they want to die because they cannot live anymore. We watch children throwing up from being fed animal feed. Simple humanitarian aid is not being allowed. The last time an aid truck was allowed into the north of Gaza was a month ago because UNRWA, inexplicably, America, along with other countries, withdrew their funding for UNRWA. The only organization that has been feeding the Palestinians in Gaza withdrew their aid because of unfounded and since proven unfounded claims, and that aid has not been restored. We need the bombing to stop, and we need these people to be fed.
Thank you. Sam Tuttleman, to be followed by Tom Isaac.
Good evening. I know a number of you have made public comments about how all this brouhaha, if you will, over Gaza is taking away attention from vital city business. And I think there's a very clear path for this council to address that problem, and that is to put the resolution that we proposed on the agenda for your next council meeting and have a straight up or down vote. That way the constituents, your constituents in Petaluma, will know where you stand, and so will both the proponents and opponents of the resolution. So I deeply and heartily request that you all put the resolution on the next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Isaac, to be followed by Abby Levine.
Thank you. I want to salute the council for forbearing from getting into an infinitely complex choice and for avoiding angry imprecations that would drive them to, quote, taking sides, as we know the form of resolution would signal. I think that's the right role as a 77-generation Petaluman. I'm grateful for the council. I also want to express my feeling to all the people in this room that their hearts break. And we are a town, a peaceful, loving town. And when this is over, I hope we all recognize each other in that context. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby Levine, to be followed by John O'Brien. Thank you. John O'Brien, to be followed by David Saul.
Hello and thank you. My name is John O'Brien. I'm an 86-year-old person. I'm also an 86-year-old veteran with longevity and a couple of medals. I have not been able to use my toilets in over 6 years because PG&E damaged my lateral out in the middle of Washington Street. Now the damage might be causing not only effluent from my house, but effluent from Valley Orchard's senior citizen, from all of Alderwood development. The 8-inch main pipe coming down Washington has a 4-inch hole, which is my lateral, and I'm sure the break is just on the other side. If we can have a meeting, we can solve this problem. I have met with, the mayor did, thank you so much, had Dan Herrera speak to me. We talked, I gave him the information, and I can give the information to anybody. CPU's.
Thank you. Your 1 minute has expired. David Saul, to be followed by Jamie Bloom.
When members of our Jewish community met in good faith with the representatives of the Ceasefire Collaborative, unfortunately, they had no interest in finding common ground. They presented us with their anti-Zionist Jewish representatives to engage in the dialogue. How could we hope to reach an understanding with people who are opposed to the very existence of the State of Israel? If the ceasefire resolution was about ending war and about the sanctity of human life, the resolution would condemn Hamas, which has oppressed the Palestinian people for decades and which violated an existing ceasefire in starting the war with its October 7th massacre. They would call on Hamas to surrender and release the hostages, which would end Israel's military operation immediately. They have made it clear that the goal of getting Petaluma and other local governments to pass a ceasefire resolution is to end U.S. aid to Israel, which we all know would pose an existential threat to Israel and to half of the world's Jewish population. This is not simply anti-Zionist, this is anti-Semitic, this is calling for the genocide of the Jewish people.
Thank you. Jamie Bloom, to be followed by Linda Baraz.
Evening, Council. Jamie Bloom. I actually live in Petaluma. I want to second Tom Isaac's words as well as David Saul's. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda Baraz, to be followed by Sue Sullivan.
When I heard about the plan to pass a resolution about a ceasefire on Israel, it isn't up to our city to do this, especially when U.S. citizens are being held as hostages by the very people who broke the current ceasefire in October of last year by a deadly rampage against the civilians of Israel. So I say no.
Thank you. Sue Sullivan, to be followed by Suzanne Whitford.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, lawyers, etc. I don't want to leave anybody out. Those of us living in the mobile home parks are grateful for all your work in making current the city ordinances for mobile home living. As the ordinances were changed, I believe July 1st or August 1st of 2023, one owner, Feeney, is in violation, we believe, of several ordinance, which are laws. We brought the paperwork showing this to the city lawyers November 8th, and now we're approaching 4 months' time from that date, and to my knowledge, there's been no violation letter or notice issued to Feeney at the cottages. 8 months of violating the law, ordinances, is long enough. When can we expect the notice to be issued? Please help complete this.
Thank you. Suzanne Whitford, to be followed by Jason Sweeney.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Whitford, and my son swims on the AC Swim Club at the Petaluma Swim Center. There's a couple issues that have to do with the swim center that I'd like to address. First, the pool lights at the swim center are aging, and at night when the swim team practices, the pool deck is not well lit. This creates a safety hazard for the swimmers, as it can be difficult to see, and it can lead to someone tripping. The swim center could really use a lighting upgrade. And then also there's concerns about the maintenance of the pool overall. On December 27th, one of the boilers broke, and it took almost 2 months to get it fixed. During this time that the boiler was broken, the pool was very cold, and it was too cold to swim in the water, and so many practices were canceled, and at times the whole swim center was closed down. This has an impact on a lot of people in the community, the kids on the swim team, the 2 adult master's level swim teams, the lap swimmers, and the elderly adults that use the pool as one of their own.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. Jason Sweeney, to be followed by Bruce Hicks. Jason Sweeney.
Yes, sorry, I didn't understand that.
Good evening. Thanks for taking my comment. I just want to, I'm here in support of, the consideration of a ceasefire resolution as quickly as possible. We're just trying to save lives. I just want to say that when you guys make decisions, when you consider anything, the choices or the decisions that you're making that affect the city, whether it's a resolution or this proclamation that you stand united against hate, you have to consider all the facts. And you have to have good information in front of you, including things like I used to work on flood control work here in the city, and so I understand that there's good information and there's bad information. So I just implore you to get your facts straight, and I guess if you need help, reach out to representatives, because there's a lot of information, false information being projected, and it doesn't help. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Hicks, to be followed by Sonny Parasimo.
My name is Bruce Hicks, and I'm here to support a ceasefire resolution. And I think it was Michael Cohen, who was working for Donald Trump and later said that he had lost his moral compass. And I just wonder if most of the council is later going to be saying that they have lost their moral compass. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonny Parasimo, to be followed by Ian Palmer.
Hello, my name is Sunny. I'm just here to urge you that a ceasefire is necessary for peace. If you want to call this your town, your home, your city, I urge you to care about other people. There's a lot of people that are dying every second. It's just not fair to ignore the facts. And please, there's people dying, just help them.
Thank you. Ian Palmer, to be followed by Martin Heimowitz.
Hello. I am a housing advocate and a social worker, and 1.9 million people are displaced and have been being displaced from Palestine for over 50 years. So housing is a human right. There is no more traumatizing influence, I believe, than being without a home. Please support a ceasefire.
Thank you. Martin Heimowitz, to be followed by Teresa Magananen.
I want to say I love Petaluma. That's number one. And thank you all for your service. Good for you. On sometime at the end of July, I completed a 20-year obligation to my landlord. I live in a mobile home park, and he was charging me a lot of, every year became more and more, 4% every year here, 20-year deal, it becomes a lot of money. And then it's supposed to go, according to what I understand, to this 2%. Well, my guy charged me 5.3%. And I turned it over to you guys now over 4 months ago, and I haven't heard anything yet. I would appreciate if somebody would let us know what's going on, at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Teresa Magahanana, and to be followed by Kyle Emerson.
My name is Therese McGann Walrath, and I'm a Palestinian American. The current situation in Gaza is beyond belief. The violence of October 7th can never be condoned. It must be understood if we are to be part of the solution. There are human beings suffering on both sides, and I pray that the hostages can be released alive. I pray also that people, and you all here, may understand more deeply what the root of the problem is. The Palestinian people's cry is that everything has been taken away from them by the Israelis, their land, their water, their homes, their beautiful olive trees, their freedom of movement, their dignity, their God-given right to live their lives in freedom. Did you know that Gaza had been under total siege for 16 years before October 7th? An open-air prison We want the killing to stop, even if destroying Hamas were possible.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Kyle Emerson, to be followed by John Hanania.
Thank you, council members and Vice Mayor and Mayor, for your service, all that you do. So I grew up truly believing that Petaluma was a town that values the well-being of civilians and children alike, kindness and human decency. And here we are in a time where Minneapolis, Chicago, Cotati, San Francisco, all these cities have started to take a active stance, and yet we're in. We have Petaluma will not do so. How many more U.S. military service members have to take their lives before before we'll take this seriously, and not a one-sided resolution that condemns all violence in the Middle East, and that Petaluma does not support our tax dollars killing children or civilians.
Thank you. John Hanania, to be followed by Ravel Mast.
Good evening. First, I'd like to say, Kevin, you owe this community apology, and I will request that you apologize for what you did on January 8th. Ceasefire. What does ceasefire mean? Does it mean we hate people? We're all from all different walks of the world. Why can't we just accept one another? Ceasefire doesn't mean we got to take side. Some of you up there are very pious, and I think you should put it on the agenda. And those who are biased, you should recuse yourself from voting. Just vote and get it over with. I had a conversation with Janice about 2-3 weeks ago about different topic, and she said to me about how Santa Fe will have an ordinance. Well, why we look at cities that they have certain things? Why don't we look at how many cities have adopted the ceasefire? Why? So we pick and choose what we want? Is that how it works? Where's the democracy? Thank you.
Thank you. Ravel Mass, to be followed by Tariq Kananani.
Hi, my name is Ravel Mast. I grew up here in Petaluma. I have this artwork here that Sally Latch made. Sally Latch is a local artist. It can't be said enough that we have to stand against genocide. That silence equals complicity. And we come here week after week to ask for scraps for a ceasefire resolution, a non-binding ceasefire resolution from our Board of Representatives. How is this? I don't understand. I don't understand how you can watch thousands and thousands of people die and not speak up. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Thank you. Tariq Kananani is our next speaker, to be followed by Bob Heyman.
Hi, Tariq Kanana. You tell us this is not a local issue, and you tell us that it's not within your powers, not within your purview. It is a local issue. The war was brought home yesterday in the strongest way possible when a soldier poured gasoline on his head and lit himself, and he's dead now. It is a local issue. Our children, our sons and daughters, are complicit in this genocide that's happening. And you say it's not, you have no power to do it. We all do. Every one of us, when we stand together and say stop, that's when we have power. That's when
Thank you. Your 1 minute has expired. Bob Heyman, to be followed by Alan Wolves.
You know, I watch the news. I'm retired, so I have all the time in the world to watch the news, the international news and local news, and I read newspapers and so on. It seems to me the overwhelming priority is to assist the non-combatants, the people in this conflict in Gaza who have done nothing wrong. And all over the world, I hear pleas for a ceasefire, pleas for academics, from heads of state, everything. And, you know, we as Americans, we stand for something. And I think we have a history of going to the aid of other countries. Why do we allow this to continue? Why do we allow Israel to violate international law?
Thank you. Alan Wolves, to be followed by Aaron Oakes.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Alan Wolves. I am a local Jewish resident. You've heard from us many times at previous city council meetings asking you to take up a ceasefire resolution. And I've heard some members express that they've heard from the Jewish community. And by that, they mean asking representatives of one synagogue. The Jewish community is absolutely not united on this issue. Last weekend, there was a protest and vigil here in Petaluma where many Jews for a ceasefire came out and demanded a ceasefire. Another argument that I've heard is that Jews are scared that anti-Semitism will rise if a ceasefire resolution is passed. There's nothing to back this up. When white supremacists are scared that immigrants are taking their jobs, we don't pass resolutions based on that. We don't judge our policy based on that. We should not make policy based on false and unproven fears. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Oakes, to be followed by Jordan.
Hello, my name is Aaron Oakes. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, staff. I'm here because as Petalumans, our tax dollars are sent overseas to buy artillery shells that are used to kill children in Gaza every 10 minutes. And it is our responsibility as Americans and as Petalumans to stand up against this use of our tax dollars and to demand a ceasefire and demand a change in our national priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan, to be followed by Muhammad Ali.
Hello, my name is Jordan. As a Jew, I'm Jewish. I want everybody to know that I do support a ceasefire resolution, and the proponents for the ceasefire resolution, we do want the hostages to go home. We want dignity, freedom, justice, safety, peace, and equality, and community healing for everyone. We don't want any more people to die. We don't want any more people to suffer. And this language is in our resolution. So I feel like people haven't read the resolution that are standing against it. And yet the opposition comes to the table imploring the city council to reject any such resolution. To refuse to put this resolution on the agenda, I'd like to remind you are complicit in war crimes. And I'd also like to remind you that the U.S. is in direct violation of Leahy laws, which prohibit any foreign aid going to a country that is suspected of committing war crimes or human rights violations, which Israel is deeply suspected of.
Thank you for your comments. The time has lapsed. Muhammad Ali, to be followed by Sam Lowry.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Muhammad Ali. I am a Palestinian. As a Palestinian, and I grew up here in Petaluma, when I introduced myself as a Palestinian, when I went to Bernard Eldridge, when I went to Casa, I introduced myself as a Palestinian. And the first thing somebody would tell me is like, Pakistan? Is that what it is? What's Palestine? And Palestinian means enduring. Being Palestinian means to love life. Being Palestinian means to respect your neighbors. Being Palestinian means to push forward. And what we're seeing here today, what we've seen for the past 4.5 months, 146 days, we're talking about 2.3 million people in Gaza. We're talking about people in the West Bank who are suffering, people dying on the daily. 10 children every minute, children every 10 minutes. And I believe many of you are probably parents.
Thank you. Time has expired. Sam Lowry to be followed by Myanmar Peer.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Sam Lowry. I'm 15 and I'm one of the students attending Rancho Cotati High School. This cannot be allowed to continue. What's going on in Palestine is so clearly war crimes. It's painful to watch. We can't allow this to continue. In my hand, I have the resolutions. I'm going to be handing it to the clerk and around the audience. Thank you for listening to me. Youth Against War Crimes.
Thank you. Mayan Peer to be followed by Ethan Lowry.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mayan. I'm an Israeli American. I was in Tel Aviv on October 7th, and I'm here to call for the adoption of a ceasefire resolution. This past Saturday, PJCC, the Petaluma Jewish Community Collective, hosted a protest at Penry Park where we had 47 Jews from Petaluma for ceasefire. It was a mix of Zionist, anti-Zionist, and non-Zionist Jews. Our opposition tonight and the JCRC that backs them do not represent Jews or even Zionists. If you wish to represent your constituents, your peace-loving Jewish constituents that exist across the Zionist spectrum, if you wish to support Jews who are united against hate across the spectrum, we are all pro-ceasefire. This resolution says nothing about Israel past the call for a ceasefire. It stops there, and I ask you to stand with it. Stand for humanity, for us, Jews, for a permanent and lasting ceasefire. We will not stop until this resolution is on the agenda. I'd also like to make a comment and thanks for your guys' support of Youngstown and other mobile home residents here in Petaluma and in the broader Sonoma community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Lowry to be followed by Tess Twas.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Ethan Lowry, and I am Sam's dad. And I'd like to just say a few words. If you are looking at this ceasefire resolution and thinking, I would like to ask you to look deep in your heart and wonder if I put a local stamp on this resolution, would it ripple out? Would it ripple out to our representatives at the state and the federal level to perhaps make change happen, to actually make a ceasefire happen, stop the killing? If you have to ask, why would I want to stop killing? I want you to look deep in your heart and wonder, why wouldn't I? So please, take this up. If you have to fiddle with the wording, fiddle with the wording. But really, if you have to ask yourself, should we really say yes to more killing? Look deep in your heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Tess Toltwas to be followed by Hanan Hanania.
Hello, Petaluma City Council. My name is Tess Tolvis. Tolvis, a name I get from my great-grandfather, Johannes Tolvis Jensen, a Nazi Holocaust survivor. I am the fourth with his name. It means customs house in Danish. He helped persecuted Jews, Romani, different people across Denmark to flee Nazi persecution. And I think it is important that we remember that persecution happens throughout history, including in this moment. And we see it in this moment in Palestine, in the occupied territories. And it is the responsibility of all of you as elected officials to do things when your constituents ask them of you. Please introduce the ceasefire resolution for the vote. It is the least that you can do. The Sonoma County Commission on Human Rights has explicitly called for a ceasefire in a letter, and now it is time for you to answer their call and do something about it. And by listening to these dozens and dozens of people here, please vote on a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Hanan Hania to be followed by Ting Tay Inagat.
Hello, my name is Hanan Hunedi, and I am the president of Petaluma Pride, and I do represent us in what I'm about to say. I don't want to be here. I'm really not wanting to be here as much as you guys don't want us here. I don't know what else to do. As a Palestinian American, none of our representatives are listening to us. The majority of Americans at this point support a ceasefire. Our tax dollars are funding the murder of my people. They are funding the starving of my people. What would you have us do? We are coming to you in tears and pain and loss of sleep and agony, asking you to represent us. Please, I have nothing left to say. I have no more words to say. I don't know what else to do but to beg my representatives to represent me and the majority of Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Tay Inagat, to be followed by Larry Hendel.
Hello. My name is Taj Inayat. I live in Petaluma. I've lived here for 15 years. I am a human. I'm a mother. I'm a grandma, and I'm a great-grandmother. I can't be a bystander. Please, don't be bystanders. Support the ceasefire. My husband was a naval officer in World War II. His sister was the last spy dropped into Paris to give radio signals back. She was captured, killed in Dachau. There were many bystanders. Let's not be them.
Thank you. Larry Hendel, to be followed by Jeremy Marowart. Larry Hendel. Okay. Passing. Jeremy Marowart.
Hello, City Council and all of City Hall. My name is Jeremy Marquardt, and just like during the Vietnam War, federal officials are not listening to public opinion, which the overwhelming majority of Americans support a ceasefire resolution. Local resolutions like this convey popular sentiment and can actually make real change. We need a ceasefire resolution now. That's it.
Thank you. Beverly Volishin, to be followed by Luigi Petrich-Dove.
Thank you, members of City Council. My name is Beverly Voloshin. I have been involved in what we used to call the Israeli-Palestinian Cease Movement for many years. I am Jewish. I have friends and relatives in Israel. I have also been a Fulbright scholar and a visiting professor at one of the Palestinian universities. I have friends and colleagues and former students in the West Bank. I know how very dire the situation is there, and it's gotten so much worse since the 7th of October. I was in East Jerusalem and Abu Dis in the West Bank on the 7th of October. The ceasefire resolution which we have presented to you blames no party. It calls for a ceasefire binding on all parties to save lives. It calls for release of the Israeli hostages. And as others have mentioned, crucially, it asks for our message to be sent up to our state and federal representatives who have not.
Thank you. Their time has expired. Luigi Petrich-Dove, followed by Matt McGuire.
Good evening. I have blood on my hands. We all do, some more than others. We all have blood on our hands because This month in the Congress, they're trying to give $3 million away of Petaluma money, Petaluma federal tax dollars. So we all have blood on our hands. I'm here speaking in favor of a ceasefire resolution. That money could be housing Daniel, I believe. It could be fixing sewer laterals, or at least pursuing PG&E to fix their work. It could be heating the pool, fixing the pool. So $14 billion divided by 380 million Americans, that's the amount. It's not just the Iron Dome. It's for offensive weaponry being used on civilians. And I wish I had more time to explain it, but we all have blood red hands. Yeah.
Thank you. Matt McGuire, to be followed by George Beeler.
Well, good evening, council staff. You know, if I were still sitting on that dais like I did for 8 years, this would have been on the agenda a couple of months ago, and I would have profoundly spoken in favor of adoption of a ceasefire resolution. Tax money from this community is going to kill innocent people, and pretty much the vast majority of the world, and certainly your constituents, recognize that what's going on in Israel today is mass murder, it's a war crime, it's a genocide, and it needs to stop. It is an unambiguous moral issue of our time, and it is time for this nonsense to stop. And you need to stand up and support a ceasefire now without question, because there are innocent people being killed by the tens of thousands. Now, how much more do we need to see? It's pretty obvious. You know, it's like 85% of Democrats want a ceasefire. Well, guess what? The constituency here, even non-Democrats, Jewish people, all kinds of people.
Thank you. Your time has expired. George Beeler, to be followed by Nora Aziz.
Thank you, Matt McGuire. That was well said. Thank you, Luigi. That was well said. Thank you, Bruce Hicks, talking about finding our moral compass. I have blood on my hands. I keep coming here asking you to please at least debate the resolution. It's horrendous. It's breaking so many hearts. The genocide going on makes the whole world more dangerous. The Middle East is a tinderbox. Other Arab nations are despairing over what's going on, and God knows what they're going to do next. Israelis have nuclear weapons. I'm with the Peace Crane Project. Lord knows what they're going to do with them. The United States is the only country that has the power to get them to stop. And it's really important for you guys to adopt that resolution, at least debate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora Aziz, to be followed by Beverly Alexander.
My name's Nora Aziz. I come to you as an Arab American, but tonight, mostly important, a Petaluma citizen. I'm asking all of you to please consider a ceasefire resolution. I look at all of you, and truthfully, I'm just, from the bottom of my heart, we've all seen horrible things. Shreds of human beings spread on the ground. 3-year-olds, 7-year-olds picking up their mother. We can't support this. We can't let any more tax dollars, any more citizens feel that they aren't protected. There's Arabs here, there's Palestinians, there's humans. Please, please. Support the resolution. Support a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly Alexander, to be followed by Ileana Madrigal.
My name is Beverly Alexander, and I am Jewish. My grandmother's sister, her husband, and her 2 children were murdered in Germany. I know that any resolution in the matter of Gaza has virtually no power to change our government's course, but it is important to take a stand. The Talmud says, whoever saves a single life is considered by Scripture to have saved the world. and Jewish law says that the preservation of human life overrides virtually any other religious rule of Judaism. I know that there are many people Jewish people who feel that giving an inch in Gaza will lead to the destruction of Jews throughout the world, but I think this is a terrible mistake. To paraphrase Ben Franklin, those who would deprive others of life and liberty to pursue safety deserve.
Thank you very much. Time has expired. Ileana Madrigal, to be followed by Irv Petrikowski.
Good evening. I'm Ileana Madrigal Hooper. The Norway Labor Council sent a statement to FLCIO urging the following: an immediate and permanent ceasefire by all parties, an immediate safe return of all hostages held by Hamas and Israel, the rapid entry of substantial humanitarian assistance into Gaza, and the restoration of food, clean water, food, and electricity, and an end to the supply of offensive weapons by the U.S. to Israel, with relevant funding redirected away from weapons and towards essential jobs and services that promote peace and social justice. Furthermore, we commit to defend the rights of workers and all people to freedom of speech and to promote dialogue and prevent workplace discrimination and retaliation. We urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Irv Petrikowski.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I want to preface this by saying that when I graduated from Sonoma State in 1968, I had the privilege of living in Jerusalem and being a student at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem for a period of 9 months. During that time, I had Arab classmates. When I went to the Hadassah Hospital, there were Arab and Jewish doctors working together. Arabs and Jews were being treated equally. There is a way forward toward peace. However, the reason that a ceasefire resolution is a terrible idea because it is anti-peace. I commend to all of you the charter of Hamas. It unambiguously calls for the elimination and the murder of the Jewish population of Israel. There can be no peace with that kind of genocidal agenda by Hamas. They make no secret about it. If you want peace, Hamas must be eliminated.
Thank you very much. And that was our last public comment speaker for the evening. And I'd like to bring it back up here now for council comments. Usually council is comments on their assignments, liaison assignments during the period since the last meeting. And we have gotten a little long in our comments, and so I asked the council to try and be succinct, and by succinct, I'm asking the council to stay within a 3-minute limit on each of their comments. And I'd like to invite our council member, Dennis Pozike, to lead off tonight.
In terms of my assignments, we continue to spend a lot of time trying to make good decisions for funding for our homeless folks. Beyond that, I'm very appreciative of the letter put out by the Sonoma County Commission on Human Rights, and I do favor a ceasefire.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Now.
Thank you. The Parks and Recs meeting this month was postponed because we didn't have a quorum, so we won't get to the IPM until Thursday or Wednesday. But those commenting on the pool, please email myself and I can give you updates because it's too much to do in my council report this evening. I was proud to represent the city of Petaluma and Cloverdale on February 8th. First Five of Sonoma County gave a report on the success of Pathway to Income Equality program that Petaluma is a proud sponsor of. And this program is a 2-year program that provides a hand up to so many families with young children. And the stipend of $500 each month was given to these families in addition to Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and making sure to safeguard these families against reduced or loss of existing benefits. So I'm very proud of Petaluma and our previous council who recommended that we be a part of that. And Mr. Mayor, I have the other notes on that meeting. And I attended a special meeting for the Petaluma Lodging Association. And thank you to Assistant City Attorney Dylan Brady for the training he gave the group on Brown Act. It was great to hear from our community lodging representatives. And we have a wonderful representation of our tourist industry, the hotel and lodging entrepreneurs that were there in assistance to give us kind of an idea of what they're looking for that they can provide, like traveling tournaments that come to town. Those sporting tournaments bring revenue to Petaluma when they stay in our local hotels and participate in their tournaments on our playing fields. The wine growers, the Petaluma Gap, have put out a map, and you can go to their website, which is thepetalumagap.com, or you can go to our visitor center and get the map that has all the information that makes our area so unique, and not just the fog, but there's more to come on the visitors program, but I think I'm done.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. Just a few things. Several members of the council attended the North Bay Division's quarterly meeting in Petaluma on Thursday, February 15, and that focused on the topic of the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority and their potential ballot measure in November of this year. I have to say I thought that was one of the better and more substantive North Bay Division meetings I've been to in a long time in terms of really peeling the onion and getting a good, honest conversation about the real issues around that. And I think we've laid the groundwork for very productive conversations between the cities in Sonoma County and the county as we lead into campaign season, because that probably will be on the ballot. Staying on league business, I did attend the League of California Cities had a board meeting last Thursday and Friday up in the Sierras, and I wanted to report on a few things that were done. First of all, the League's focus on defeating the California Business Roundtable measure on the November ballot continues full speed. One of the things, and I know you've heard about it, but there was a full-page newspaper ad in both the Los Angeles Times and the San Francisco Chronicle a couple weekends ago, and I have a copy of that I'll pass around the dais so people can look at it. But it's basically addressed to the board members of CBRT and asking them, why are you funding this turkey with all the bad things it does? So that's kind of an opening salvo. The board did take positions on two bills pending in Sacramento. One was SB 251 by Senator Newman. It would increase fines for objectively false statements in campaign or in ballot statements in local elections from $1,000 to $5,000. That doesn't happen frequently, but I do remember one instance here locally within the last 20 years where we had a candidate claiming a bachelor's degree from an institution she'd never graduated from. So it does pop up from time to time. So the league supports that one. And then we took an opposed position on AB 797, which would mandate all cities in California to have independent police review boards. The group felt that was a one-size-fits-all unfunded mandate. You know, this community is moving forward with something like that. It may not fall precisely within the parameters of what's in the bill, but that was something that the board voted to oppose. And then I wanted to mention, because, you know, homelessness has come up tonight, and there was a really interesting conversation at the board meeting. The mayor of Bakersfield and the mayor's representative from San Diego, who are both on the board, were talking about their experience. And their experience, I don't know if it's like what we have here. I don't know that we have such precise measures, but what they said, both of them said, is for every 10 new homeless beds they create, every 10 new places they create for people to move into, 15 more homeless show up in town. And they're local folks. They're not coming in from other parts of the country to be there. So it's a rather intractable problem, and we do, like I know we do have a serious homeless problem here in Petaluma, but I wouldn't trade it for what Bakersfield and San Diego and Los Angeles and others are dealing with. So that's really kind of a wake-up call in terms of just how challenging these issues are. And it seems to me that just creating more beds is not the solution. I think we have to get upstream in a variety of creative ways, and we really haven't been doing much of that lately. And then I'll close with two things. There were a couple of things in public comment. I know the council has received an update from staff on what's going on with the swim center, and maybe the city manager could share that with the public in city manager comments. And I was hoping the city attorney could address the comments about complaints that have been lodged with your office and what's going on with that. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle.
I have no liaison appointments to report on.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I don't have any comments also, and I do want to follow through with the cottages and Sue Sullivan, and also with John O'Brien to find out about the sewer, and because I do believe I sent some information to the attorney's office about cottages recently. So I'd like an update.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shribs. Vice Mayor Shribs, my apologies.
Thank you. It's a new position. We're all getting used to it. On more mundane matters, I went to the Ag and Open Space Advisory meeting, and the Chancellor Ranch, which is a very large ranch that was purchased, is now going to be open to the public. And there's actually a special open day coming up Saturday, March 9th between 10 and 12. It's free to go out there, and they even have horseback riding. I'm not sure if that's free or not, but it's open for visitations. That's all part of the open space, one of the biggest things that they've got going so far. They also said that the grazing programs that they've used using sheep have been extremely successful, as they have here. And then I got nominated and voted in as the vice chair of the advisory committee now. So hopefully I'll talk to them about some agenda items, bring some money here to Petaluma, open space. On the Climate Commission, spent its time reviewing the blueprint for a second time. A lot of interchange there. So the blueprint for carbon neutrality, it's huge. It's very aggressive. So I hope we can at least make huge movement on it shortly. With relief, I was out Saturday and we planted 50 trees at a local church on the west side, United Church of Christ, using the community volunteers, and that worked out really well. This Saturday, the school district is sponsoring a special environmental literacy discussion group, and we're going to be discussing how to teach environmental justice in the school system in every single grade by every single teacher. That's the topic now that's happening at the Petaluma school system. So it's something I want to strongly support. And in Cool Petaluma got together last Friday, got a lot of folks and nonprofits together, and we're all moving forward trying to unify the community up. Coming up, we have Adobe Creek sediment studies being done at SFEI. There's a meeting on that. Bike and Ped has an important meeting coming up this week, as does SMART, I think all happening this Wednesday. So pick and choose where you'd like to go to on Wednesday. Then on other matters, I did meet someone from during the Cool Petaluma, someone of Braver Angels, to bring people together for discussions and dialogue, if that's a possibility. And I just want to acknowledge that, yes, we do hear. We are all suffering, and I watch the news too. I'm suffering, and I just recently saw the Commission on Human Rights, what they said, and also listened to a podcast, a webinar, TED Talk by both a talk between a Palestinian activist and an Israeli activist for peace. And together they formed and said, yes, this is what we want. We want to use the word cease conflict and do it worldwide. There's too much going on everywhere right now, in Sudan, in Syria, in Ukraine. My family's already been involved in a couple wars in the past. My brother's been over there too, Iraq, Desert Storm. I've seen too much conflict and death throughout my entire life. It's been constant, and I'm just looking at more. So I'm looking for cease conflict worldwide by everybody. Let's make peace. Thank you.
Thank you. In my comments, I just want to note to the public that the very anxiously awaited D Street bicycle pedestrian safety improvements combined with the Fifth Street effort, which we're all counting on for the March, to be a March calendar item for this council, had to be postponed off to April, but we are aggressively looking at ways to continue to improve safety around town. So stay with us on that. I attended a relief event with Straw. Straw is part of its students and teachers restoring watersheds, and they were at Wilson Creek Jacobson Ranch. And I just want to give a shout out to Council Member Vice Mayor Shribs, who has made relief, his passion project in this town. And then regarding the Mayors and Councils Association, which Petaluma chairs for this calendar year, and so appreciate staff's hard work to keep that Mayors and Council program working. But that first meeting where we talked about guaranteed basic income for people, it's just a pilot project. And I think when we talk about goals, we'll have to talk about how we can take a pilot program, turn it into data, and turn data into changing people's lives, which I think touches nicely on Councilmember Healy's point that we need to make upstream investment to break cycles of poverty and to do more on our tragic income inequality efforts. Also, I'm a liaison to the Measure O Oversight Committee. It's the mental health tax measure in the county, and they are receiving strong tax receipts from it, so that's a very positive thing. And they are spending it as fast. They're getting it injected into the crisis of mental health in our county as fast as possible. But it's really challenging to grow mental health programs, to find the providers we need and set up the support programs. But they're growing that program, so that's a good county measure, and it's bringing money to Petaluma for a number of our programs. So with that, that's council comments. I'd like to turn it over to City Manager for her comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. Wanted to recognize that we've been working very hard with Caltrans to create a safer corridor on Lakeville, and recently we're able to eliminate access onto Lakeville Highway from both the Pineview Way intersection and the North McDowell Extension intersection. Also, in the short term, Caltrans will be restriping to drop 4 lanes to 2 from Freights Road to city limits, eliminating unsafe passing in the slow lane and reducing speed. So we're grateful for that. And then we are working on long-term, more permanent solutions with SCTA and Caltrans to get a controlled intersection, whether it's a roundabout or a light. But we are not going to let our foot off the pedal and on this effort. So wanted to make the community aware that we are working hard to make sure that corridor is safe for everyone. Also want to recognize that this Thursday, February 29th from 6 to 8, we have a Highway 101 Crossings Community Workshop to look at how to improve bicycle and pedestrian safety and access when traveling across town. And we'll be talking about ways to enhance that travel for those walking, biking, or rolling at 4 locations: Corona Road, Rainier Avenue, Lynch Creek Trail, and the pedestrian overcrossing at Mackenzie Avenue. I'd like to hear from the community about their experiences and ideas for improving these crosstown connectors, and we'll be making improvement recommendations in our CIP. And that, and I've got one more update, and I believe that I've got Drew Halter waiting in the wings to talk about our aquatics program and capital improvement. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Manager Flynn. Good evening, City Council, community, and staff. Happy to provide a quick update on the swim center and status of the boilers. Yes, we've had a tough go this winter. As you know, we've got 2 boiler systems that are required to heat the roughly 500,000 gallon pool that we have at the swim center. As of last week, the second boiler was fully up and running, so temperatures this morning were 80 degrees, give or take. Again, another issue we have out there are the covers, so we continue to stay in close coordination with the aquatics operator to make sure they are covered. When winds get above 15 or 20 mile an hour, however, we do not cover the pool. So that's another issue that we've been having. So it's putting more strain on the boilers. There's not one single reason why we think they failed, but right now they're up and running. We're excited about that. And again, the lap swimmers, I think, are getting a little break for now. I also want to just call to attention that we do have a pool replastering project that is scheduled to move forward at the end of the summer. We don't have a firm deadline now, but the CIP team's working hard with staff to make sure that pool replastering project is moving forward, and we expect that to be August or September. So more updates there when that project moves ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have comments from our city attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I have some brief feedback in response to some of the things we heard from some of the mobile home park tenants tonight. We are, since completing the council's carefully constructed and thoroughly deliberated upon updates to our mobile home regulations, we've been unfortunately involved in defending 2 lawsuits brought to challenge those. One focused on the senior overlay legislation that the council enacted, and the other focused primarily on the longstanding regulations of the city, and frankly also challenging state regulations that we don't control about park closure and relocation assistance requirements. That's an important priority for us because we, the basis for our protecting our mobile home tenants is those regulations, and so it's important that they continue in effect. I believe we will, working with outside counsel, be able to successfully defend both lawsuits. We're working very hard on that. So that's been a priority. We have received and are continuing, unfortunately, to receive complaints and information from tenants about actions by park owners that, if true, may be unlawful, may amount to retaliation for exercise of their rights under our regulations. We are preparing some messaging to park owners in response to some of the communications we received to put them on notice. And we are also working as a team with the housing team to organize the input that we've gotten, get further information that we'll need in some cases to help decide whether we may have bases for commencing or at least noticing of potential enforcement actions, and or whether we may be referring some of our residents to other resources that they may need to assist them with some of the issues that they're experiencing. So we'll have more. We'll be updating about the legislation. We just got the opposition filed in one of the cases that we're reviewing with outside counsel tomorrow, and also we'll be providing updates about these other concerns that our park owners, our park residents are experiencing, and we're sorry that's the case, but we're going to continue to work with them so that the city's regulations have their intended effect, because we know that's what the council has directed. So thank you.
Thank you. We have council's questions answered. Good. Thank you very much. in this moment when we're hearing from the city manager's perspective of what's going on in the city, I just want to note that tonight we have a chance to congratulate and express gratitude to our city manager. She is today completing 5 years with Petaluma, and I just want to say, she's came into a city that was suffering in a financial and sustainability way. She's led us out of our wilderness and into a solid and sustainable fiscal environment, growing us back to what a full service really can be. She's inspirational to staff, and for my part, as a council member, she's inspirational to staff, to council as well. So thank you very much for your service.
Well, I just wanted to say, when Peggy was hired, I probably the first day wrote you an email talking about the parking ordinance. It needs to be updated. And I just think what I've seen, John Brown kept us afloat, and Measure U, which you brought forward, really made it that this city could hire staff and we could be a full service city. And I just really appreciate being part of this council as you are city manager. And thank you very much.
Thank you, yes. And with that, let's move on to our consent calendar for the evening. And the consent calendar has, what we have tonight, we have 9 items on our consent calendar. I'd like to look up and down the dais and see whether anyone would like to pull any one of the items. And lacking that, I'd like to ask if anyone on the council has questions about any of the consent calendar items. No? Well, then let's go to public expression on this item. And let's see, so have we received input prior, Clerk?
We did receive one comment on item number 5, and it's posted to the website.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And I'd like our moderator to read the messaging.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers.
And I do not see anyone filling out cards and rushing to the speakers, to the clerks to get an opportunity to speak. I have one card currently in hand, and I'd like to invite Ben Peters to speak on his concerns.
Thank you, everyone. This is in regards to the floating solar project at the wastewater treatment plant. Before I do speak, I would again encourage everyone to stick around. And if you do feel that the priority of this city should be to make comments, stick around towards the end of the meeting and make those comments. This is important matters here. Regarding the floating solar project, I would encourage the council to provide direction to the city manager to go back to the negotiating table one more time and ask for a 5 or 10 year extension on the term in exchange for a lower rate. I think that's a pretty basic direction that you could provide. In all of my dealings over the years, that's the best deal that the city can do, is a lower rate for a longer term. If that's possible and you can provide that direction, that would be most advantageous. You probably read my detailed analysis on this deal. I won't go into that here. It was very unfortunate what the Mosquito District has done to this project. I would say as a soundbite, it gave the White Pine project a bit of a black eye. I think the Mosquito District needs to be somewhat held accountable for not being a willing and able partner on this. Just some basic math. We're paying extra $300,000 a year for this. That could staff 2 full-time employees at the wastewater treatment plant to respond to mosquito abatement. And instead, we're doing 6 gangways, widening, if you read the staff report, I didn't even see the engineering update. It's somewhat unfortunate how we've gotten into this situation. I think the project itself is a good one if managed appropriately. What you'll see from the updated savings analysis is that the majority of the savings of this project are coming, from saving from the higher evergreen rate. And so if we're going to get out of our climate action disaster, then getting folks to pay an evergreen premium is really not feasible, right? And so all of our savings are basically coming from the inflated evergreen premium. Now, the second source of the savings is the demand charges. And this is where you provided direction when you approved this, and I encourage you to provide that direction again to the wastewater treatment plant staff. They need to manage the facility in a modern way in coordination with the operations of this facility. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, that closes public comment, and I'd like to bring it back up to council. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I'd like to move the consent calendar items 1 through 9, and with respect to item 2, and there was an agenda request memo submitted by 2 council members regarding cannabis. I would suggest we take that up on the workshop item and have that conversation under agenda item 10. So that's my motion.
And I'm looking for a second. Is there not a second?
Well, I just have a
we have not
question.
yet spoken about cannabis, so, and there is, like you do note, a council member request to include it in our upcoming agenda, and there was a summary of proposed actions. I think we can recap. Why don't I defer to staff to say what staff's thoughts on the matter are currently, since we have a council action.
Well, staff is prepared to either address it under the tentative agenda or at the workshop, whatever is preferred by council, but we're willing to address it regardless.
And Councilmember Barnacle?
Question. Can staff comment on Mr. Peters' comments and just respond to those? And do we feel like there is an opportunity to go to request an extended term?
Mayor, council members, I'm Patrick Carter, the assistant to the city manager, and working, sometimes I assist the city attorney as well, and working on this project basically from its start. An extended term is something that we considered early on in the project. Our consultant on the project, MV5, recommended that, if we were to consider that, to kind of think of it from the beginning of the project, because later on in the project it might be at the end of the term where White Pine would have to either sell us the project or remove it at their cost, no cost to the city. Trying to renegotiate them then wouldn't necessarily have the most advantageous terms at that time. It's debatable. They may be motivated because it's their cost to remove it. So we did consider it at that time and ruled against it. There was some concern about the opportunity cost in 20 years, not knowing what the technology is going to be like at that point, whether there may be a more efficient system that we could do at that site. So that was our thinking at the time. We always can ask the question if that could be done, but at this point, we'd strongly recommend approving the amendment as it is. And we can always talk, but approving the amendment as it is, because that gives us the assurance to move forward on this project and fulfill the city's commitments to this, because termination of that agreement has a roughly $4 million price tag if we were to walk away at this point. But we can always talk to them. They may find it amenable. It wasn't compelling at the time, but we can talk.
Okay.
That answers the questions.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Then we have a motion on the floor as amended, and we have a second now on that. Could I ask the maker of the motion just to repeat the nuance of the motion?
Sure, of course. The motion was to approve the entire consent calendar, items 1 through 9, with the caveat that the agenda request memo included in connection with item 2 regarding cannabis retail be considered under item 10 later tonight.
So does that mean we're not approving the agenda request memo?
We're approving the tentative agenda that was included in the staff report, and then under item 10, we'll consider whether we want to add that item per the request memo. After we've had a more full discussion of council priorities and how things fit together, that's all.
I'm going to withdraw my second.
Councilmember Now?
I'll make the second because I understand that we can discuss it on the workshop.
And I just want to ask staff a clarifying question, as we have now a motion and second again. We can amend a future agenda even after the workshop, towards the end tonight, we'll be able to, and is that amendment of a future agenda tricky? Is it, do we re-vote on that, or is it just, at this point,
Just staff making an update.
it's a direction to the next meeting if so inclined? Is that understood? No, we're doing some fancy footwork here, so good.
Well, that's why I'm concerned. That's why I don't understand what's the fancy footwork. Why don't we just hear it on March 11th? That's what we requested. So I don't see why we're doing fancy footwork, I guess.
Councilmember Healy.
So we'll have a full consideration of the agenda request item under item 10. That's all. And it's, when you get into council priorities, it's a list of 200 things, and how do they fit together, and what comes first, and what needs to be done to have a meaningful discussion on any one of them. So I appreciate the frustration on that one particular issue. We'll have that conversation in 20 minutes. It's fine.
All right, well, I would request that we vote no on this motion and make a second motion that just approves it as is.
So we have a motion.
But the as is the tentative agenda that is submitted in the staff report, which doesn't include the agenda request memo. There always has to be a separate vote on the agenda request memo, and that's not part of the tentative agenda.
And we now have a motion, a second. Comment, Councilmember?
Correct. I guess I'll just request that we vote no, and then I'll make a motion that we include the approval of the agenda request memo in a second motion for the council.
May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
No.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
No, she got it.
No.
Okay, are we, what was the count there?
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much. So with that, we complete the consent calendar and move into tonight's workshop, which is to receive an update and provide direction to staff on council goals and priorities for fiscal years 23-24, 24-25, and finding this item is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15387B5. And to lead us off on this is our city manager, Peggy Flynn.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. Just waiting to get the PowerPoint up. There we go. Tonight, staff are excited and duly prepared to discuss the City Council's goals and priorities for the next 2 fiscal years. As this is City Council's practice, annually we review and prioritize goals and priorities in alignment with our budget cycle and preparation to ensure the work plan is set for the new fiscal year on July 1. Next slide, please. Considerations for tonight. Tonight, our goal is to come away with a clear set of objectives that Staff can then prepare proposed milestones, outline budgets, and identify other resources necessary to complete each initiative to return to council and the community on April 15th for further consideration. This will also allow time for our community outreach and solicit feedback from our commissions and committees. Next slide, please. A little bit of background for those of you that may have been with us at that first workshop. We had our, I call it historic goals and priority setting in 2019, which provided us a roadmap, and you can see some vestiges of that we still have on our wall today, providing us a roadmap of our community's vision for our community. If you were with us at that workshop, you were then familiar with our evolution, which resulted at that time 256 priorities. So when you have a lot of priorities, there are no priorities. We whittled that down to 157 priorities in 2021. And then in 2022, we landed on a top 10 to focus our efforts and continued that second year of our work plan last year in 2023. Because of the work we are undertaking to address the many deferred and future needs of this city, and because most of that work is non-discretionary, meaning we are required either by law or regulatory requirements, immediate public health and safety, our discretionary time is negligible. So we're in a city in need of careful and thoughtful prioritization to ensure our precious resources, our people power, our city funding are effectively and efficiently utilized to the maximum benefit of our community. Our city has never been stronger and more fiscally and organizationally sound than it is now. And our focus should be on doing a few things really well and knocking it out of the park rather than diluting our efforts and taking too long to achieve what can and needs to be done immediately, which is a lot. This is what tonight is about, to make those thoughtful decisions, knowing that we all have the ingredients we need for success. Next slide, please. These are our current top 10 priorities organized by our 5 overarching goals that we created in 2019. Tonight, not only will we discuss these priorities, their status, and other initiatives, but other initiatives that require city focus over these next 2 years. Next slide, please. So tonight we talk about One Petaluma. Recently, staff held a leadership retreat reflecting for the very first time values for our organization, both internally and externally. There's 7 values: excellence, innovation, collaboration, equity, service, trust, and empathy. And it reflects a unified vision for our city, one that crystallizes these values and is intended to embody the aspirations and spirit of our entire community. Rather than a laundry list of tasks to complete, staff envision One Petaluma as a comprehensive set of mission, vision, values. So start of a strategic plan to guide our organizational culture, our interactions, our customer service, and ultimately how we deliver city services to ensure that our actions and priorities align with these foundational principles, fostering a cohesive and value-driven approach to serve our city. Soon to follow will be an integrated mission and vision that we will work with the council and community to develop over the next year. So just a little bit of a primer here. So next slide, please. As we develop our work plan for the next 2 years, we always consider how best to deliver these services, what departments will be lead, what resources will be required, what other initiatives can be piggybacked on or required prior to starting the work, and what, if any, unintended consequences exist. The most important question we can ask is what we're trying to solve, who benefits, and what is the outcome if it's measurable, achievable, and sustainable. Next slide, please. So in response to our evolving needs and the insights garnered from One Petaluma, we've realigned our priorities. Staff felt that we needed to better reflect the actual type of work that staff are accomplishing by incorporating many of the critical initiatives that are ongoing or will be achieved in the next few years, rather than limiting the focus to a top 10. We've established 4 categories of initiatives which we'll just discuss with council and the community tonight. And those are the four you see here: our capital projects, our legislative initiatives, our programs, policies, and plans, and our organizational health. Not all priorities are created equal. While we discuss some of our capital projects tonight, our goal is to prioritize all the capital projects holistically and as part of the capital improvement plan discussion that we will have in May as part of our budget. Next slide, please. So in each of these categories that I'll go through really quickly, we've added some additional projects. So we've got our top 10 in the original top 10 right, and then additional that we're currently working on that should be considered this evening as we prioritize. Even though these weren't called out in the top 10, they are nevertheless essential and command significant time and resource and have lasting benefits for our community. So the capital projects, you'll see an asterisk there because we would like to talk about prioritization of capital projects separate. We can talk about them tonight, but for prioritization for our top 10 to be able to talk about them holistically in our capital improvement discussion in May. So next slide. Legislation and policy. We've got our top 10, our retail cannabis, our tree preservation, our tenant protection regulations. Additional to that is our zoning ordinance update, which will happen on the heels of our general plan adoption or update adoption. Our parking ordinance update, which is formerly known, I believe, as the RV ordinance. Housing element implementation, which is significant. Parking management, which is really to talk about the public. That was kind of that part two of our downtown parking conversation. Our charter amendments, which are many, and our urban growth boundary, which will be going to the voters in November with. The next category is the policies, programs, and plans. Our original top 10 was the fairgrounds, integrated pest management plan, and our electrification plan, now the blueprint for carbon neutrality. In addition to that, talking about completion of the general plan, open space acquisition, active transportation plan, and our downtown investments / beautification, which is also going to be contained in our capital improvement program. And to add, so next slide is our plan to end homelessness, sea level rise, Petaluma North Specific Plan effort, and our City Hall West Wing utilization, taking back City Hall. And our organizational health category, in our original top 10, that included our police oversight, which was our independent police auditor and our public safety advisory group, development of that, and our diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging effort that we are doing internally for our organization. Additional to that is our organizational development, investing in our staff, our launch of our enterprise resource planning software, which is pretty much the heartbeat of our software in the organization. Both finance, almost every department touches the ERP. Actually, every department touches the ERP. Our strategic plan that I mentioned earlier, and purchasing regulations and policy and standard operating procedure updates, which we haven't done in decades. So considerations for tonight again is to consider establishing the priorities, giving us a list of really clear council directives of what you would like to see in our next 2 years. Are these the correct initiatives? Is anything missing? Is anything no longer a priority that we need to replace with something else? And to help us prioritize within those categories, what you would like to see kind of order of execution. And we will commit to, for the next meet on April 15th, to bring back that clear list of priorities based upon council feedback, more detailed work plan for 24-25 and 25-26, including resource required and timelines and staff recommendations for implementation. So council to consider that final priority list. Then we have the budget workshop in May, which will include the 5-year capital improvement plan And then once goals are approved, that we would provide quarterly updates to council and the community to give updates on what's happening, what the status of each one of those initiatives are, and if there's and what the timelines are, updated timelines. So looking forward to having a conversation tonight, and I'm going to kick it off if there are any council questions on our staff report and the attachment one that we provided as far as status updates on our top 10.
Well, before inviting council questions, I do want to note that when we did this prioritization some years ago and we listed a top 10, the context of that was staff's day job. It is 99% of all available resources. And the top 10 would be, well, if there was a minute extra, what was the most important thing council wanted? So the top 10 was never a guarantee of those becoming important, but it was a true sense of what that council thought should be elevated through the work process. There's a difference between a top 10 where the goals are going to be achieved that year and the top 10 where if we have extra capacity, at that point we were just turning the ship around, and we've done so well at turning the ship around. All the independent auditor police effort. The programs, you just can't imagine how consuming they are of such broad staff levels, and the goal of making the city an employer of choice, where we have a higher retention rate. Which if you have employees and not vacant positions, you get a lot more work done. So driving the city to that was two huge achievements that I want to recognize from that early period. But I'm not sure if now, I think now when we're talking top 10, we might be asking more that those are the things that are the first priorities completed, kind of reframing that. Is that a fair assessment of how we're now trying to define things?
Well, I think we have, yes, and thank you for recognizing the discretionary time piece of that, Mayor, because that is crucial here. I would say that just like we had mentioned last year when we brought the priorities, that we had that whole other list. I think somebody had asked a question at the last meeting about how objective design standards came up. And I wanted to recognize staff's hard work because it's us trying to retain local control when we get applications in that are state mandated, and those objective design standards we listed in last year's. I'm using that as an example because we've got a lot of work that wasn't recognized in the top 10 that we're doing. So the general plan update is a significant amount of time. Objective design standards was necessary to get that done. So I think we're reframing it as it's not just a top 10, but looking at the types of work we're doing, whether it's legislative, whether it's our capital improvement program, whether it's initiative-based, and having those conversations about are we hitting the marks, and then coming back and saying, here are the things that we can actually get done that first year, and here's what we can get done that second year, and tee up for the third.
All right. With that, any who wants to start off this conversation? Councilmember Healy.
So there was a really interesting memo circulated to the council this afternoon in response to some council questions, and I just wanted to dig into that a little bit. On the question of the Caulfield crossing, I just wanted to get some clarification on this. It says the latest cost estimate for the Caulfield Southern Crossing project is $110 million, and the funding gap is about $85 million. So am I reading that's basically assuming that 100% of the fund balance in the traffic mitigation impact fee program is committed and there's still an $85 million gap? Is that how I'm reading this?
Chris, can you clarify, because that's not my understanding.
Sure. If I understand the question, we're asking about the money we have, the 25 million or so in fund balance. Is that right? And then the shortfall for the 110 million total.
So what's the 25 million that's identified? Is that the fund balance and the traffic mitigation impact fee program, or is it something else?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so and is that 100% of what's in that fund balance at this point, or close to it?
It's an estimate of approximately 100%, maybe not quite 100, because we do need those funds for other projects throughout the community.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so even with that, there's an $85 million fund gap for completing the Caulfield Crosstown Connector, is that right?
That's correct. And partially, well, in large part, that's because we just received the new cost estimate for the bridge, which is now at $67 million. And that, of course, looks out towards the construction year of, I believe, 2027. Let me check my notes here. Yeah, it's about a 2-year construction timeframe starting in 2026, provided we can get the funding. And then we've added in the roadway and the intersection work that would be necessary to make it a full cross-town connector facility for us.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I appreciate that. And shifting gears, I'm going to move off the Caulfield. Previously in the memo, it's talking about the trestle, and it says the current estimated fund gap is approximately $700,000 just to get it shovel ready. That's not construction. That's just to get it shovel ready. And then there's a further discussion that to date about half of the $488,000 allocated in the current fiscal year budget has been expended. Could staff square that circle for me and talk about what's going on there?
Absolutely. So with $254,000 roughly remaining in this fiscal year, we've been researching. In fact, we just got our proposals from consultants, and the bottom line is we're at about $925,000 total. And as described in the memo, it depends on a variety of factors. Permitting fees and State Lands Commission fees, et cetera, are yet to be determined. But we believe with some contingency built in that the total price tag to get the project shovel ready is hovering around $925,000 total. So you subtract the $254,000 remaining that we have in our budget, and that comes up with about a $671,000 gap, with rounding up approximately $700,000.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's very helpful. And then if things went perfectly smoothly, when do you expect we could be in a situation where the project was shovel ready?
We're working hard to make it happen this year, definitely in this next fiscal year. So approximately a year from now, we should have everything ready. We may be still waiting for some of the permits, but all the applications would be filed. And we could call that project shovel ready and begin, faithfully saying that in grant applications everywhere.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have comments, but I'll save that for after public comment. So that's all I had for questions. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just ask, well, I have Director Bolt here. Chris, we did talk about Caulfield and the project, and that, it's still a pretty wild guesstimate. Until we get into design, we're not going to really know. 110 million could be less, or it could be more.
It could be less. This is a healthy estimate, I would call it, with conservative factors built in. Our conversations with a consultant and our collaboration has been outstanding. So I think we're working to make sure that we have an accurate number that we can meet or come in below at this stage. So not only we can factor in inflation out to the construction year, but we've built in a contingency of roughly $17 million. So it should cover any budget issues. So with good design, and we continue to work on the design, we should have some good news. If it's okay, City Manager Flynn, we could invite Bjorn Grietenberg to speak to it as well. He's our project manager on this so far.
May I jump in here for a second? Because my question would be, do we have a plan for the gap? Do we have a concept for the gap?
And Chris,
how do we fund the gap?
Chris, I know we've been talking to SCTA, and do you want to talk a little bit about it, or Bjorn might be better?
Yeah, I can let Bjorn chime in as well, but definitely working with our strategic partners at SCTA, but also all federal channels. And those conversations are frankly ongoing. Bjorn, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. I think the only thing I'll add is that we have been in discussion with our colleagues at Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and we've actually submitted this project for consideration in the Metropolitan Transportation's Regional Transportation Plan. We have not yet heard back on that, but should be in the next couple of months. And that would significantly improve the project's competitiveness especially for those larger federal grants.
And I'll just add that one of the things that makes us more and more competitive as time passes is as we get closer to being shovel ready. So that is one of the factors that in our early discussions we learned is that we need to have a set of plans ready to go and permits on their way and so forth. And we're working to that end currently.
Sounds like the same kind of track we're going to need for the trestle. Councilmember Scripps.
Just for procedures on this workshop, are we going to go one item at a time through the 10, or are we just going through one person and going through all of them at this time? So how are you proceeding?
Well, why don't you tell us? Why don't you go ahead and you take 2 or 3 breaths, and then let someone else have a shot at it, and come back for another 2 or 3 breaths.
Okay. In which case, I'll just go with the trestle for the moment. Yeah, the price tags seems that this and the Caulfield Bridge are always increasing, so that's a little bit concerning that the evaluations of what the work to do. But just on the trestle, just since the costs are rising, and we're talking about $900,000 now just to do a study, basically, and we already have some evaluation of the actual piering. I know this is going to be, we're trying hard to save as much of the trestle as we can and then rebuild, sort of. But would there be let's say if we just changed pace and said, okay, what if we did this? What if we just tore the whole thing down, cleaned it up so that it's clean looking, remove all the safety stuff, store the wood that we could store, and then just then figure out how to actually rebuild it with what we have left of what we can save? Would that change the way we approach this whole financing and the studies and everything? And could we save a lot more money if we just would use the money just for essentially cleaning up, tear down, and making it safe first, and then rebuilding it as we can?
Those are things we can explore. The avenue, the pathway we're on right now is towards saving the superstructure, and our vision is to have a promenade, essentially extending to the landward to the shore, so that's a community space. And we do know there's foundation work to do with the piling. That was discussed when we presented the study. I did want to clarify that this is more than just a study. This $925,000 includes all that's necessary, the design itself. Basically, we'd have a bid-ready package to put it on the street and solicit bids to just move towards construction. So it's a huge move forward.
So you're saying we are able to put that package together for a design and everything, and we still don't know the bits and pieces that we can save in order for that design? So I just want to be clarified on the direction that we're going on this.
That was all evaluated with the study we just completed, which informs this effort here.
Okay.
What we prepared back in October.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in on that, make sure we're going the right direction on this. Thank you.
Indeed.
Let me just ask, are we, I mean, I appreciate you stating that you think you'll have the plan specifications ready for bid at the end of year without funding, but ready for advertisement bidding. Is the design that we're choosing, does it include additional cost for a preservation effort, or are we doing this in a fairly direct and efficient manner?
We're preserving as much of the superstructure as we can.
In order to, because that's the best cost path forward, or because we like old wood?
No, there were some options explored 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, that looked at replacement of much of the structure. And I believe Gina, maybe in council chambers, our assistant director, she was involved directly with some of those efforts. If you'd like to talk about that and learn more, Those alternatives still exist, and we have them. We could direct our design consultant to look at those. I want to emphasize that one of the things that will be coming here very soon is some outreach efforts to the community and presentation of the options. The two that we see, the one that we're really shooting for right now is that promenade vision, kind of the gold standard, and an alternative would be just reconstructing and salvaging the trestle as it is today and stabilizing it and preserving it without a promenade.
I appreciate that, and I'm getting more insight on why we need to have a capital projects day separate from this, because we could spend this whole meeting on whether that's the best cost or whether it impacts other things. So I think we'll move on from the trestle and to another. Our deputy public works director is in the house. Are we good solving this at the Capitol meeting, or?
Yeah, no, I think you're all good. Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to add that to Christopher's point and to your question about are we being efficient about what we're trying to do here? What are we saving just for the sake of saving, or are we saving because it's economically feasible? I'd say it's a finesse. And we're trying to find that sweet spot. Clearly, the piling is largely not salvageable. Piling is in very bad shape and would not be cost effective to try and save most of that. However, the superstructure that Christopher's referring to is all of the upper structure, and that's in incredibly good condition. And it's huge timber. It's extremely structurally sound and usable, and would probably cost more to remove it and
So
replace it.
We're making cost-effective decisions.
Yeah. So we're looking at all those options and trying to find that sweet spot, and it is complicated, as they say, but we're looking at all those options, and I think the addition of the trestle itself is as it has existed, is a discrete width the entire distance, right? It was the train trestle, and it's so many feet wide. And there is an extension, the promenade area that Christopher's referring to, that would extend that and connect back to some of the properties closer to, to B Street, I guess, and to...
So we'd be able to have a council discussion on include, don't include at our capital projects meeting, whether the promenade should be, that would be all part of the capital project conversation.
It absolutely can be, yeah.
We had Councilmember Posake.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what direction you were going in terms of, it was sounding at first to me like it was going to be just a big free-for-all, but now it's mostly SIP at this point. But I was just going to suggest whether we could possibly look at the 4 slides Peggy showed for the 4 internal and policy and stuff like that, and talk, we'd see the 2 or 3 existing top 10 on the left and a few other suggestions or needs on the right, and sort of have a mini free-for-all in each of the 4 sections from that.
That sounds good. Can we roll the slides back to the place as mentioned? Okay, thanks. And the PowerPoint presentation will be put on the website tomorrow or whenever, yeah, okay. And council who would like to weigh in on capital projects, knowing that we have a upcoming follow-up meeting?
I do.
Councilmember Posake.
Yeah, I suppose my single comment about this to start with would be that I think some of the suggestions folks have been making about safe streets and our 15-minute neighborhood consultation and that stuff together with just the direction we've gone so far, I'd like to see the safe street issue, and particularly the active transportation plan kind of be high on the list.
The active transportation plan as part of the general plan?
Well, I sort of think of that as part of safe streets myself, but maybe I'm over generalizing.
Staff want to weigh in on?
I was just going to say, I think the active transportation plan is scheduled to be completed. And Chris or Bjorn's, speak up, but I think it's going to be completed this fiscal year. So,
will it be able to be used as the basis of the budget for the coming year?
I don't know if we'll be able to make that, but I'm sure that Steph's already identified. Bjorn, do you want to give us an update on what, if any, active transportation plan projects will show up in this CIP?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We are working with our consultant, Peer and Peers, right now on trying to identify several priority projects based on all of the inputs we received from the community. We've done we've done quite a bit of public engagement. We had an interactive online map that received hundreds of comments. We've obviously received hundreds of comments through the Safe Streets nomination program, our previous efforts on the local road safety plan. So we have we have a really good sense of which projects are high priorities for the community. Our CIP in its current form handles some of our streets, and our traffic calming and active transportation projects are handled almost more programmatically, where you're not going to see necessarily individual active transportation projects called out for the most part. We do have a handful of, for example, I think Lynch Creek Trail improvements have had a place in the last couple of CIPs, as has the River Trail. So those are some of those larger kind of dedicated projects. Whereas a lot of the work we're doing in active transportation, frankly, involves just taking advantage of paving projects to implement gap closures or reallocate some of the space on our roads, narrowing lanes and adding width to our bike lanes. So it's hard to say exactly which of the priorities identified in the active transportation plan will have a standalone CIP project versus which ones would be delivered through a more programmatic CIP project.
If I may, City Manager Flynn?
Yep, please.
Yeah, things are coalescing nicely here. One other element is a 5-year street improvement plan, a paving plan for the community that factors in safety as one of the major elements, along with utilities, along with proximity to schools, community requests, traffic calming needs, et cetera, et cetera. So blend that with active transportation. We're predicting, I think we're planning for completion this fall. I think I saw in our notes, September, October, correct, Bjorn, to bring that to council for adoption, provided things continue to move along. But the 5-year street plan, council should see that here probably in May, along with our SB1 resolution that we do annually. And we'd like to keep bringing that back each year to show you how that 5-year plan is morphing and changing, and get council's feedback and adoption of that.
And I'll just add, with the active transportation plan, we are targeting bringing that to council this summer. So hopefully we'll get it there before the fall.
Difficult to achieve the integration with the budget if we see it in summertime. I do love a good plan, a good roadmap. Really helps us know where we want to end up. But unfortunately, the year of doing the roadmap is the year of not doing the projects. I love the city thread that the city helped bring forward. Partially, I like that report because it has a year 0 constructions. And it says, get 5 miles done, and perhaps one of our public speakers at some point will address this further, but it says, get a bunch of stuff done right away. Maybe that's more what you were thinking, whatever. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'll start with the trestle question. On the, I think the capital program says this can be like a $10 million project altogether, something like that. I'm sure we've looked into what grants might be available. Can someone just give an overview of what grants we potentially could secure and the award amounts of those? Like, is it like a $1 million grant, a $10 million grant, something like that? Just what I'm trying to get a sense of is like how much of this are we anticipating is going to come from our general fund?
So, and I can have staff weigh in, but I know we are looking at Coastal Conservancy grant for the design portion. I know, Gina, you're working on or have submitted that. And as far as construction grants, I don't know where staff is looking, but I think we're looking at the federal level. So,
thanks, Peggy. That's very accurate. We are preparing a pre-application for Coastal Conservancy. And we are sharing with them not just the design ask, but the construction ask eventually as well. This is one of those projects where it's been made clear to us that without having a shovel-ready project with the environmental in place and the design in place and the drawings ready and the permits ready to go, we can't even apply seriously for the construction dollars. So we're not competitive to apply until we get over this design hump, if you will. And the Coastal Conservancy could be a suitor for some construction funding as well as other federal and state agencies and opportunities that have not yet availed themselves to us.
Follow up. Yeah, just keenly interested in like the amount of the construction funding that we might be able to compete for. Like, just, I know we don't know exactly how much, but like, is it, usually they have like a maximum award
it will
of $5
vary
million or something.
based on who we're applying to for these grants. Some will have matching requirements that could be anywhere from 25%, maybe more, but many of them will allow you to match from other grant funding sources. Ideally, we wouldn't have to put a lot of our own capital in there. Hopefully, this is a project that we would be attractive enough once we have it shovel ready that we can get the lion's share of the funding from grant sources.
And I'm sorry, Chris, but to be clear, we don't have any funding allocated in our capital improvement plan for the trestle for construction at this time.
Right. What I'm trying to understand, I guess, is there a viable pathway to securing the construction funding, or if not, or a part of the construction funding, and do we know roughly how much of the construction funding we might be able to get from outside sources?
Councilmember Barnacle, I can give you a frame of reference that over the last 2 years we've put in each year for federal appropriation requests, and I believe the maximum allowable ask was around $7 million. But in conversations we learned that if you ask for that much, you may not be competitive. They want to see local skin in the game. So in the state level, we, I think, put in for, although the dollar amount was never specified, there was conversation about $5 million. But with the state's budget situation, it's undetermined if that will be a viable avenue moving forward. So it really is unknown. We do continue to talk at great length with our partners at Sonoma County SCTA because of the active transportation elements. If the ultimate vision of a active transportation node, a community space, is realized, then it's a gravitational center in our downtown, and actual dollars that are programmed for trails and active transportation modes can be utilized for a portion of the construction, although there's generally local dollars required for match. The ideal scenario that we were at one point down on one knee praying for was a federal appropriation of $5 million or so, and then a state appropriation of the $5 million. And we could be rocking and rolling. Coastal Conservancy dollars are yet to be determined. That's part of the process we're working through right now. So I hope that information helps.
It does. I'll gather my thoughts for comments. And then when I see safe streets and the capital projects and pavement together, I appreciate Bjorn saying that the nomination program is more a programmatic thing, not really a capital project. Are we not considering the Safe Streets nomination program a capital project? Is that like an operational thing? How are we capturing that? Because right now it's under active transportation plan, and it's not, so it's not exactly clear.
Yeah, and we just have it under, I believe it's under Safe Streets, but Bjorn, you had the ask in capital, so you probably have a better idea of what your thoughts are. Yeah.
So our current, the CIP adopted last year for this fiscal year included a project called traffic calming and neighborhood greenways. And that's been used as kind of a catch-all for this fiscal year for quick build, spot improvements, traffic calming efforts, really for the types of projects that come out of the Safe Streets nomination program, Safe Routes to School Task Force. And so in our proposed CIP that will be coming to you for consideration for next year, we've renamed that capital project Safe Streets Quick Builds. And again, the idea is to serve as to provide a bucket where we can package those projects together.
Okay. So would it be more appropriate to separate the Safe Streets program and the pavements, or is that all one thing? Because I consider like a $4 million paving project to be different than a $20,000.
Those are separate in the proposed capital improvement program.
On the screen right now, are we considering those separate, or are they is one of them not there? I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm not sure why pavement's on there, but this is supposed to be our Safe Streets because that was what council had identified.
Got you, because the projects that are listed in here seem like they're much larger capital projects. So my question then, if we're talking about Safe Streets, is with the nomination program providing over 400 projects, do we have a goal for how much we're planning to accomplish in the next year?
Bjorn?
Yeah, I would say it's been interesting. So we did just send out an update to everyone who submitted a nomination. As of end of January, we'd received somewhere in the neighborhood of 450. We are we're reviewing each of those now and mapping them and scoring them. So we should have our first batch of scores ready within the coming weeks. And at that point, we'll have I think a better sense of the scope of these improvements. What's interesting is, we were expecting a lot of spot improvements, right? Kind of, addressing an intersection in one neighborhood and kind of bouncing around, having good geographic coverage. We have seen a couple of corridors have really gotten organized, and there are a couple of Madison comes to mind as a street where the neighborhood seems to have gotten really organized and would like traffic calming improvements along a pretty long stretch of roadway. And so it'll be interesting to see how the scoring plays out, and whether it would be more advantageous to opt for a corridor approach versus spot improvements, and certainly be looking for some feedback once we have the scores ready from our pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee. So depending on which direction we take it, I would expect we should be able to complete at least 10 intersection improvements. Again, whether those are all on one or two corridors versus throughout the city is another question. But I would say somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 20 intersection improvements.
If I may, I'd like to add something about our upcoming methods to expedite and actually make quick builds quicker anyway. We've worked closely internally here to have an on-call contract, and you'll see that award coming in April. I don't know if you want to speak a little bit more about all that's included in that, Bjorn, but that's an exciting leap forward for us, because it's essentially all the things you'll need to do and implement these projects are already established for us. So would you like to speak to that briefly?
Yeah, so each time, I mean, it's probably more detail than you want, but each time we deliver one of these intersection spot improvements, we have to go through a minor construction contract and also make sure we don't exceed the city's bid threshold, which is a little over $30,000. So there's an administrative burden involved with having to, trying to do fairly straightforward small projects. So the idea with the on-call contract is that we will be finding a low bidder based on the type of work we anticipate in the next over the next year with all of these Safe Streets projects, and it's all signage and striping. It's very straightforward stuff, but we'll have them locked in at at the prices that they at the low bid prices, and we'll be able to pull from or leverage that contract throughout the year. Basically, call up the contractor and say, "Hey, we've got an intersection for you. Go do quick build bulb outs here," and not have to worry about the headache of going through a minor construction contract and falling out or scoping improvements that are below our bid threshold. So it'll be a game changer as far as our ability to quickly deliver these.
Okay, and final question for now. The pavement plan, do we have a sense of when that would come back to council? I don't remember if it said it in the staff report.
Chris, did you say May?
Yes, our current plan, we have a draft that's been developed. We're just in the process of refining that. So our plan is to bring it in May in tandem with our Senate Bill 1 funding as a wrap up of all that's been accomplished in the last year, but what's to come in the coming year. So those would be paired together.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the Maria Drive project, which is already funded and ready to go, but how that connects with Rainier and taking the purple pipe from Maria Drive down to Deer Creek. That's the plan. And how long is this plan? When's that possibly going to happen? If not, can we just go ahead and do the quick build on Rainier if it's going to be, what is the time frame?
Good question. Chris, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I'd like to see if Dan Herrera, our Deputy Director of Operations, can maybe discuss the recycled water piece of that, and Ken Eichstedt, our Senior Traffic Engineer, is on, I believe. You want to speak to that?
Sure. Good evening, Council and City Manager. My name is Dan Herrera, I'm Deputy Director of Operations here with the city. So we do have some grant funding for that section. In addition, we have a couple sections of pipe along the Maria corridor. We're going to be going under design, so we're going to be kind of fast tracking the design effort the end of this fiscal year into the next fiscal year, looking at probably completing design sometime by the end of the year. We do have to complete construction in 2025 towards I believe July or August of 2025. We have to actually complete the installation of the pipeline. So we're full bore. We're going to be going full bore into actually design. It's a relatively simple design. It's a pipe in the ground, but that section from Rainier and Maria down towards Deer Creek and crossing McDowell, we're going to try to get the recycled water across there.
So that's by 2025?
We hopefully, yeah. I mean, we're looking at possibly going out to bid sometime in the winter. That way we have like a spring construction. I think Ken's on. He might talk to the priorities for the paving. But as far as the pipeline goes, we're going to try to get that as one construction project. That's is ideal for CIP and operations. So Yeah, I think 2025 is the latest. We have to expend the funds by 2025.
So is it worth putting lines in the, so is the entire road going to be resurfaced from Sonoma Mountain Parkway to McDowell?
Ken, I'm going to defer to you on that one. As far as the recycle, we're going to put the pipe in the ground before any sort of pavement's going to be done. So that way we don't have to dig that pipe up. We're replacing the water services, I believe this spring. So all the water services on Rainier are going to be replaced, and then the recycled water installations next. So that however the paving is going to be done, all the utilities will be replaced.
And what
or
does the
installed.
water
So
surfaces mean?
I'm sorry?
What does the water surfaces mean? Is that to each quad lot?
So yeah, so what we like to do whenever there's a paving project, so that we're not destroying brand new pavement, we basically install water services. So we replace all the city-owned water, all the water services along the corridor. That way, they're all up to sizing requirements for our standards. I believe we install 1 inch, so they meet any sort of fire flow requirements that are needed, and then that way, all city-owned infrastructures are replaced before we pave.
And have the residents been notified of this?
Yes, yeah, we've notified them. I believe we generally notify about a month or a couple weeks in anticipation when their water is gonna be affected. I believe we did send out some notifications for that, and but that's supposedly gonna be going later this year. I think we're doing Maria. There's a couple other water services because the paving is not going to be done for a while. We are replacing. I think it's the summer. We have co-side concrete in our contract to install those. They will be notified before we install them.
Just for clarification, so you're changing all of them from Sonoma Mountain Parkway to Prince Albert?
Correct. Yes. Yeah, we're replacing all the water services. There's not a lot. There's only a couple.
Oh, okay. I thought.
I mean, there's like 30 or so. I believe it was like something like 30.
Okay.
Something.
Thank you. I'm
Sure.
done for right now.
So can I ask the council here, if the design of the water line is in complete end of 2024 and construction of water line and street paving is most of 2025, does the existing Rainier bike project and bulb out project, and bulb outs actually didn't get done, but the quick build, should we leave it as is, or since the potential finished job doesn't happen until 2026 or end of 2025, do you want to do more quick build there? And so that's what I need council input on.
Well, I think it's probably a good idea, so everybody gets used to the changes in the roadway, because it's just paint on the street. And so it seems like the one section, people are calm about it. Traffic has slowed down tremendously. And so it might be a good idea to do that from Maria Drive up to Sonoma Mountain Parkway and prepare the residents for change. And then they'll be used to it until the full project comes in 2025.
Councilmember Shribs?
Just to add on to Rainier, since I do live there and I go down that road very often. And I think if there would be that much delay, because I know we've sort of promised the residents there that we were going to be doing something within 6 months or 1 year, and now it looks like 1.5, 2 years out before it gets done. So, and we know that it's only half done from Maria down, the quick build was only done from Maria to McDowell, and the whole other section from Sonoma Mountain Parkway down to Maria was not done, and that's where a lot of confusion comes into play. So if we have a plan what it's going to look like in the end, then let's get that quick build done now. Let's repaint if we can, make it so that we've made a promise to the residents. Let's fill that promise, say we will at least get it painted the way it's planned to be painted, and make sure that that's going to be okay after we rebuild the road. So this is an opportunity to retest the actual plan that we have going forward before we actually do something to the road.
No,
So
I
I'd say-
appreciate that. And Ken, I don't know if you want to add to that what staff's plan is for Rainier while we're waiting for construction.
Going in and redoing the pavement markings and striping, I think is a very good idea. Obviously, this has taken longer than we'd expected, but we're going to have a much better, end project out of it by getting the recycled water in there and redoing all the redoing the water lines serving the quad lots. So it's the combination of putting the utility with the paving project, what we're doing on Maria, what we'll be doing on Howard Street, is a very beneficial way to go in and do the work. This has taken longer, but the ability to put in the recycled water is definitely a big benefit. It also helps to pay for some of the pavement work and limit the amount of resources that we have to put in to just for the paving.
So I think we're hearing that the council comments are to do a quick build project to Sonoma Mountain Parkway. And that, I guess, in this upcoming time, not waiting. And then Councilmember Shribs?
Just to go back to the Safe Streets, I'm not sure if it belongs here or in another place, but at one time there was some funding and we're supposed to do a study on Washington Street in that corridor because everyone is still raising up, what are we going to do about Washington as the major unsafe street that we have now in town now that we've got to work on McDowell and we're going to be working on Lakeville, that leaves Washington as the major corridor that's still the most accidents. And there was supposed to be some funding at some point to restudy how to do intersections there. I was wondering what happened to that funding and what can we do about re-envisioning the entire corridor at this time so that maybe some of us, myself included, could actually ride my bike downtown on Washington at some point.
So can I suggest, unless there's a succinct answer there, I think once again they're proving the value of a capital workshop upcoming to really sink our teeth into where we want to spend our money and vision. Does this require a vision comment today, or do we want to save it to capital?
I think we can talk real quickly, team, and I don't know if Jeff Stutzman's with us or if Ken can speak to it, but staff's thoughts on Washington. High level.
I can open up and just say it is part of our 5-year pavement plan to build that in and look at costs and so forth. But I'll defer to Ken and Jeff, if Jeff's on as well, for additional information.
I'm not familiar with Washington except for the portion at 101, which we are moving forward with to get that work completed. But the overall corridor, I'm not familiar with the specifics on that.
I do know it is a priority for Jeff. We've talked at great length about it, as well as Lakeville and other high priority areas. So we'll be discussing that more, and we'll make sure we include some of that information in our capital improvement plan project workshop coming up.
Thank you. Let me ask, I didn't notice that dredging appears anywhere in here. What's our strategy, or how do we want to, is that in capital or is it in vision?
It's in capital.
Okay.
And we are expecting the Corps to do dredging this year, and I don't know if Jonathan's on the call. So Jonathan, can you give council and community an update on our dredging plan for this year?
Yeah, council members. So we have been in constant discussion with the U.S. Army Corps. They are planning on dredging this year. So the good news for the city is they're not planning on affecting Schollenberger Park this year due to its being at capacity. So they're working with the State Coastal Conservancy to do a partnership with them to take the material to beneficial reuse. We're still working on timing with them because they have not finished all of their approvals yet, but they anticipate to get those soon. And I'm hoping to get an update that I can send to Christopher and Peggy once we get it from the Corps on timelines. But they are on track for doing the project this year.
Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that update. I had 2 follow-up points. I guess the first is, I'm really grateful to hear that staff has been working with the Army Corps, and the Army Corps is going to do I guess, an emergency cleanup dredge on the federal channel. But I'm wondering if I hope staff is pursuing opportunities to get some work done at the marina while they're here, and that's on our dime, not the Corps' dime, because it's not part of the federal channel. And then, as was just mentioned, Schollenberger, the dredge spoil site, is at capacity. We have a workaround for this year, apparently. But I think over the next several years, we need to consider going back and getting some of the dredge spoils out of there when it's dry. And we've done that once or twice in my tenure here, and it's nice to have it ready to go.
Actually, and Councilmember Healy, I'm glad you mentioned that. And Jonathan's been on top of this one, that the Army Corps wants us to have a plan for future, because they'd like to be able to dredge and have a place for those spoils. Jonathan, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, so I actually met with the Corps separately with the city attorney's office to talk about if we can hopefully revise our 1930 plan that specifies we need to provide Schollenberger as the dredge disposal site. It doesn't actually call out Schollenberger by name, but it says we need to provide upland disposal. And so we talked through, this was actually last week, talked through some options for how we could proceed moving forward, knowing that the Corps wants to try and bring material to more beneficial reuse sites, and knowing that we have funding limitations on what we can do to empty the site. So one thing we discussed and we're looking for into more is if we can do some kind of partnership with the Corps going forward, and it's not a long-term solution, but it's as long as beneficial reuse sites in the area are cost-effective for them. Essentially, to be able to set aside programmatically funds so that we can partner with them to take the material to beneficial reuse in upcoming years. And so we're discussing getting in talks to get like an MOU together to see if we can do some kind of agreement with the Corps. I know this year they're partnering with the State Coastal Conservancy, but in the future years that might not be an opportunity. So that's one thing we're exploring now. The other thing we're exploring is looking at some alternative places to bring our Schollenberger material, because when we got just raw costs of disposing of that material, we're in the ballpark of $5 million to remove that. So one of the studies we've been working on with our consultant Foth is, and I should be hopefully in the next month getting our feasibility study results back from them, is to look at parcel B, which is just south of Schollenberger, to see if there's some opportunity to build resilience there and use our material for beneficial reuse on our own properties for sea level rise and resiliency and rebuilding habitat. So that's one thing that we're looking at right now as well. So we're trying to explore multiple different options so that by the time 2028 rolls around, we'll have hopefully a good solution for moving forward with that.
Councilmember.
Can I? Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It sounds like there's a lot of moving parts there, so it's good to hear about that. Just for clarification, is parcel B the parcel that adjoins Schollenberger to the south with the levee breached in two places where the tide comes in and out twice a day? Is that what we're talking about?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cater Thompson, can follow up on that?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Washington Street. On the east side of Washington Street, Caltrans paid to resurface that. Why wasn't that done on the west side? It seems like it's a Caltrans, at least for the overcrossing. So pardon me? Well, I know that, but it still seems is it our responsibility or is it Caltrans? That's what I want to know.
I think it depends on how they define the scope of the project they're working on. And the point made was the east off-ramp included east intersection. There was no west off-ramp for work. No west side work, though it's puckered up bad. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think that
we get bike complaints in there regularly.
Pretty poor. And then on another thing, I lost my train of thought quickly. Washington Street. Oh, is there ever a possibility, or are we looking at long-term future when Washington Street is redone? Because I'm assuming there's pipes under Washington Street that need to be upgraded, are we ever looking at putting the purple pipe down Washington Street?
That's a good question, I would imagine. Dan?
We do have a master plan coming soon, right?
Yeah. Soon.
Hello, yeah, sorry, I missed that question.
Councilmember Cato Thompson was asking about, in the future when we do Washington, would we consider placing purple pipe down Washington?
We are looking at our INWMP to get priorities for placing recycled water pipeline. I don't think that is a corridor we've been looking at it. We can access the Target corridor going under the freeway. We have kind of like another plan to get across the freeway and get to the Target corridor and get down into that area. But we can explore that in our, actually address the best way to get down Washington to see what uses we can target. But I don't remember that being a specific corridor we were looking at. There's all these kind of ways to get across the freeway and across the river.
I'm just following through because we have Kenilworth Park and we have the fairgrounds. And
Right.
if Cedar Grove, something ever, well, of course, that's over the river, but there is,
yeah.
Getting under there was like in our we did a study in like 2015. There was an old abandoned conduit under the freeway that's no longer being used by Caltrans that we were looking at using as a conduit to install a recycled water. That's a cheap way to get recycled water across the freeway. It gets pretty expensive when you have to do a directional drill underneath the overpass and the freeway. So we're looking at a cheaper way to do that. Yeah, but the plan to get to the fairgrounds, to get to the Target shopping center, to get to the library, Live Oak, and I believe there's another elementary school across on Ellis or Edith. And so that's in our plan for sure. But I don't think it's specifically going across Washington. It's like coming at it from a different angle.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the IWMP that Dan mentioned is our integrated water master plan. That's our recycled water master plan. That's also going to be coming later this year. There'll be some public input process there as well, and we'll see where proposed lines will go and so forth. Our plans to how the network would build out in the future. We definitely need council input, feedback on that.
Chris, what is our estimated timeline for that recycled water plan?
Well, it looks like it'll be within the next year. We were hoping to be a little further along at this point, but schedule forthcoming. Do you know, Dan?
Oriana. So we have a little bit of a kind of a changing of the guard a little bit within the Public Works. Oriana, our new Water Resources and Conservation Manager, is kind of really tackling and taking a deep dive. Chelsea Thompson was originally kind of forwarding that, and she's kind of focused on the Ellis Creek effort. So we've had a little bit of a change, but we're full bore on it. We're getting Oriana up to speed, and we're hoping to get it sometime, in the summer to kind of get it finalized and get it in front of council. That's a rough guess. There's still a number of things that we need to finalize with that, but Oriana's really awesome, and she's taken that responsibility.
So a lot of the legwork has been done. It's I think our next big phase is some public outreach and bring it to council for review.
Great, thank you.
And what is the time frame going to the pump station?
And does that include the entire pipeline?
Yeah, let's talk about PIPs. Yeah.
Well, you, Dan. It's one of our highest priority projects, but
yeah. So, did you want to go into the timeline? So we're still going through right now. We're focusing on our CEQA compliance and looking at getting our permits through Caltrans and through SMART. Those are kind of our roadblocks, or I don't say roadblocks, but those are the objectives that we need to kind of complete before we finalize our design. It looks like that's going to be complete with that by the end of the year, and hopefully going into construction sometime next year. We included the pathway. So one of the things that kind of happened is we heard loud and clear. There's like a pathway on a section between Casa Grande and what's it, Technology Lane, I believe. And so it kind of threw a little bit of a hiccup with our CEQA compliance because it's a permanent structure rather than just temporary construction. And so going through those hurdles for going through the wetlands that are there and getting CEQA compliance, but we're making sure that we're getting all the permits and all the CEQA compliance for all aspects of that area, including the pathway.
And our design is currently at about, we're approaching 60%, right?
We're kind of beyond, we're right there. We're 60, but 90 is going to come up really quickly once we complete it. We're doing borings, we're doing some potholing for utilities, and we're doing some geotechnical borings. So a couple of these projects to avoid the environmental impacts, we're doing directional drills. And so instead of going through a wetland, we're kind of going under Adobe Creek. We're going under the McDowell kind of creek. So we're avoiding some areas that are sensitive habitats. So we're just completing our geotechnical investigation for that. But I think we're going to be completed with those borings sometime the next month. And then 60% should be done right about end of March, beginning of April is when we're done with 60%.
Okay, I'm going to segue into roads again. Looking at road diets on Snowy Mountain Parkway and Eli and Casa. Are we looking at that, or what's the time frame for safety on those streets?
And perhaps this does sound like we're drilling down into our capital projects
Told
listing
you it was gonna be
a
popular.
little much. And so let's pull back from that a little bit. And Councilmember Healy, did you have?
Yeah, I was actually going to save discussion on the parallel force main until comments rather than questions, but since it's now come up and we're seeming to blur that line.
We are blurring that line. It's a workshop.
Yeah, it's gone. I'm really pleased to hear that staff is pushing to get that thing out to contract in 2025. That's an absolutely critical piece of infrastructure that I don't think the community really appreciates just how sensitive and important that is. And I'm glad to see that you're approaching 60% design and getting CEQA, squared away. The information in the memo we received seems to indicate that, and if you're 60% design, it would have to indicate that you have a location for this thing mapped out. And I don't know if it's just using the same easement as the existing force main or if it differs from that in some places, but I was hoping that staff could share a schematic with the council just showing where exactly this thing is going to be located compared to where the old force main is at your convenience. So that's it. And I'm just really pleased to see this one actually moving forward because this one is totally critical.
I think that's a request for the CIP meeting.
Yes.
Is to have that available. Councilmember Now?
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt all the conversations, but I wanted to get an opportunity to talk about the trestle. And I know our staff has been great about getting grants. Have we gone after historical grants? And is it a landmark, a historic landmark, the trestle? So I don't know if this is the time to talk about that, but because it is a piece of our history.
Perhaps, again, we can ask for that to be specifically addressed in our CIP conversation, or unless staff has a good answer right now.
I don't know that it's been designated a historic landmark. I would say no. I'm looking at staff and I don't believe so. But obviously we're going to, we'll look at all the possibilities and how we would try and fund construction on that, but.
Okay, jumping over to the Caulfield Crosstown Connector, because I didn't get to be part of that conversation. We have the Hopper Street water treatment plant that needs to be deconstructed. Where is that fitting in with the Caulfield Crosstown Connector?
Bjorn, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, great question. So, that's something that we are looking at. Been talking with Dan's team about the timing of all of the PIPS improvements, and once we have the PIPS timeline nailed down, basically that'll set the design parameters for what we're able to do within that former wastewater treatment plant. Basically kind of setting the profile of the roadway that would form the Caulfield Lane extension through that city property and then connecting into the riverfront neighborhood. So that is part of the scope now for the Caulfield Bridge project. We have added the improvements to the Caulfield Hopper intersection as well as the Caulfield Lane extension through the city property, and we'll have more information on that in the coming year as we work through it.
Okay.
And also add that the old plant, and some may know this, that's part of our PIPS force main contingency plan. It actually provides 1.8 million gallons of storage should there be a problem with the force main or the pump station, which affords time for an emergency response. So once we get the PIPS project completed, that can all be reevaluated as to its necessity and so forth.
Is there any EIR or environmental that we have to do after it is gone, after the foundation's been taken away? Is there anything, or is it approved as fine?
The environmental work will actually have to precede that or be part of the early planning for that. And Caulfield itself is going to have its own EIR. Just because it would have needed it anyway, and that's actually part of a settlement that we had way back that was part of the relocation of the at-grade crossing. So anyway, that as is really always has to be the case when we're doing a discretionary project that has the potential for significant environmental impacts, we have to do the CEQA before we pull the trigger on the project.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then to go to the Washington Street with the water piping for the purple piping on Washington Street, that also is part of where the fairgrounds is, and so all that has to be master planned. And doesn't it all have to work together? And also Relief sent us an email today regarding planting of trees, so the purple pipes, the trees, and what we want to see at the fairgrounds, and making some traffic corrections with Mid-Pins project across the street so that it's safe for families to walk across the street at that housing development to our new park, which is at Kenilworth. So I don't know where that all fits together, but I'd like to throw that out there.
I would just say, Councilmember, now that there's definitely an order of execution. You're recognizing some of the challenges, but staff are looking at all of that. We're looking at master plan. We're looking at solar on the aquatic center. We're looking at solar on the fairgrounds. We're trying to. There'll just be an order of execution. So you're recognizing the challenges. We'd love to plant trees, and then there's certain corridors we're like,
Right.
we can't plant trees until we know what's going to go there because we'd hate to uproot them. So,
Right.
Yep.
One other thing, the downtown bathrooms came up in a few emails that we received, and I'm not sure where we would fit that in as it's a CIP, or is it somewhere else?
It'll be in our CIP. It'll show up in this next CIP.
Okay. That's all for now then. Thank you.
Will we be seeing the fairgrounds pump station in this upcoming year project?
I'm thinking it might be done by then.
Yes,
Christopher?
I'm sorry. Is it okay?
Yep, please.
Yeah, we've already taken steps forward in replacing the pumps and the control panels for those pumps. So that's happening, although there is a capital project also looming to make things more permanent. So yes, that's coming.
Good. As probably you've heard me say any number of times before, I have two kinds of concerns with our capital projects. One is which projects and when they complete, but also, we're putting a lot of money in the budget for capital projects. and are we succeeding at, are we achieving at expending the money we say we're going to spend this year? So taking them separately as from which projects to on in total are we achieving? I would like to see us have a metric on how we're achieving. I know when we see the budget each year, the proposed budget shows significant drawdowns of all reserves. But when we see the prior year budget analyzed, usually we don't actually get into that drawdown. We spend this year's revenue. So we're not achieving by a concerning level in past years. And this is good that these goals will tie with budgeting and new data for how we're doing this year. But I would like to see us prioritize assessment of our achievement of capital budget so that we have an end of year, assessment.
And Christopher, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but I can tell you that Jonathan, our capital improvement program manager, will have a stellar CIP presentation for council and the community, and then we'll talk about how we're prioritizing. I mean, we are building a program, and every year, year after year, we're spending more in our CIP. But we're also building a program, I want to say from whole cloth, because we have never spent this much time and effort on our CIP as we have over the last even 3 years. So I think a lot of your questions and concerns about measurement and metrics will be answered.
Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Okay, we ready to move to the next slide? Good, please. You know what, that's a great suggestion, is perhaps a public comment based on each slide and go through quickly on that. So I'm wondering, do we have cards? And if I read your name, then you can say, no, it's not on capital. I'll sit to the next round. And if you do wish to speak on capital, now is the time to get your card in to the clerk. And it is difficult to determine how many cards ahead of time are for this slide. And also, since we'll offer an opportunity on 4 different slides, I think maybe we'll start a clock at 90 seconds here. And let's go back to introducing how we do public comment. And I will ask our generic questions first of our clerk. Have we had input on this by email early?
We did. We received 21 public comments on this item, and they're posted on the website.
Wow, great. And I'll ask our moderator to read our messaging.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to be clear, I believe that's 20-something odd comments on all of the items, not just CIP.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's correct.
and I with the cards, I will read through the entire stack on each of the 4 slides.
Sounds good. So members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers. Just to note, this is just for the CIP discussion.
Right. Okay. So I have Dave Alden. Is it a capital? Policy. Okay. Nathan Spindell, capital? Come on down.
Prioritizing safe streets in Petaluma is very important to my family and community. I live in West Petaluma by D Street. My family rides bikes, walks, and drives every day to school and work across town on roads that often feel unsafe. I know many families in Petaluma who wish their children could ride bikes around town, but they won't because it feels unsafe. I don't blame them. Despite some of Petaluma's streets existing before cars appeared, most of our streets are now designed for cars only. We can do much better than this. Other forward-thinking cities in the U.S. are great models to follow. Our staff knows how to make roads safer and more equitable for those who do not want to or cannot drive. Disturbingly, collision frequency is currently on the rise, locally and nationally. We should expect increasing issues on our roads unless we significantly step up our action. We owe it to our citizens to do so. Our talented Public Works team knows how to improve transportation safety. Council, please empower them by 1, making safe streets a top 10 priority today, and 2, giving staff the increased budget, headcount, and encouragement they need to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you. Nicola Fry, is it not on Capitol? Catherine Reinhardt.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and others. So I had prepared some, first of all, I'm here to speak on behalf of the trestle. Please keep it a priority. The trestle is one of Petaluma's most historic resources. And since it came up, no, it is not listed on any national or local or state register. However, it has been determined as appearing eligible for the National Register in numerous studies that have been funded by the City of Petaluma. 2011, then as part of the research done for the GHD, and then I believe based on the presentation we heard from Mr. Bolt in October, that there was yet another study done in February that found it appearing eligible for the National Register. And that, other comments that were made at the dais, this is a historic resource. And tearing it down and replacing it with something else like a concrete structure kind of defeats the purpose. It is a very unique resource, unique to Petaluma, unique to the county, probably unique to the state. And preserving as much as possible and adapting it for a new use is what we're after. That was all addressed back in 2011, 2013 with the GHD study, which also...
Thank you very much. Teddy Herzog.
Hello, everyone. Let's see, Lafferty Ranch, Fairgrounds, the River Park, Helen Putnam Park, all these amazing public spaces that we have. And yet, by far, our most important public space here in town is our streets. It's the way that we all interact with each other every day. It's the way that we live. It's psychologically, emotionally, how we're all connected or not connected to each other. So I'm here to support the safe streets and make it, again, a top priority for the year. I'd like to piggyback on Councilmember Barnacle asking the question, well, how are we going to know if we did a good job a year from now or 2 years from now? What are the measurables? I'd like to piggyback on Mayor, on you, talking about the city thread. Year 0, let's build 5 miles. Let's get something done. And if I may also roughly paraphrase what I've heard the mayor say around town a couple times, let's just build something, anything. There is a lot of work going on with planning and mapping and what are we going to do and how are we going to do it. But again, what can we get done? I'd like to see some kind of measurable in the next year or two. Thank you.
Callum Weeks, Capital or not? Okay. Libby Fitzgerald.
All right. Good evening, council members and mayor and city manager. I'm going to start by reading something from a letter that Colleen Mahoney sent to all of you earlier today about the trestle restoration. She says, our community has been very clear about our desire to have our river frontage reconnected to our river and turning basin. Our community understands that the Petaluma General Plan, the Central Specific Plan, and the River Access and Enhancement Plan all emphasize the importance of reorienting the Petaluma community toward the river, and the rehabilitation of the old rail trestle will improve public access, recreation, education, and help enhance the character and identity of Petaluma. The promenade is an important part of this design. I will urge City Council to direct staff to keep certain stakeholders in the loop for funding needs. One of those is the Petaluma Women's Club. The other is my Rotary Club, which already has set aside a large amount of money to help kick off raising funds locally. And I think we can all do that because we can help raise money for the.
Thank you. Blake Cooper.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and our city manager. Thank you for creating a system whereby we get 4 public comments tonight. That's going to be a lot of fun. I just want to speak briefly, not only in support for our Safe Streets comments that have already come forward and comments on the trestle, but also about Caulfield. Caulfield is about a lot more than just resolving a 30-plus year fight over where we're going to have a crosstown connector. Caulfield is about making sure that we actually have vibrant circulation through the city, making sure that we actually have safety on our main thoroughfares like D Street, making sure we have actual clear access to our major public transit hubs like our smart station, and being able to expand our public transit infrastructure with clear loop routes, which Caulfield will allow us to do, and making safer commutes. A lot of folks on the west side commute to the east side and then cut through Lakeville to get to the rest of the Bay Area. Adding Caulfield will reduce a great deal of strain on our traffic, on our infrastructure, and make it easier for people to access public transit on the west side, which will improve our climate goals. We can't be serious about our infrastructure priorities in this regard, especially around climate, especially around safe streets and around transit, if we aren't talking about closing this loop, and that requires us to finish Caulfield. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last comment there. Ben Peters.
I took a walk with my family before coming here tonight. Walked on the mud ditch, which is Magnolia. It's been that way since 1985. I will say there was a recent conversion of an old garage there that was permitted by the city. And so I had the understanding, and it was explained to me, that when things are permitted, that, you know, sidewalk improvements occur. And that did not and has not occurred. Same thing with Burger Lane. You know, Magnolia is still going to be a mud ditch for a long time unless we get serious about safe streets. After going on Magnolia, I went on the lovely, very short version of the Smart Path to Lakeville. And then I made the unwise decision of allowing my 2-year-old to walk on either the Clover side of Lakeville or the Hunt and Barrens side of Lakeville. And I could tell you that was absolutely terrifying. Okay, there is no sidewalk there. That's just 2 truck bays, okay, right? And, you know, we don't have a lot of time. We can bring this up in the policy thing. Bjord said something insightful, which was that our procurement policy is now hampering our public safety priorities. So let's remember when he said that and reprioritize how we do procurements for this town.
Thank you very much. Bringing it back up to council. Last comment on capital before we move on. And let's pop up our next slide. While we have a minute, I'll just add that, you know, we all have many favorite Safe Street nominations. The sidewalk on the edge of town from Corona Creek School to Kenilworth is high on a lot of our agendas. completing the SMART Trail into Water Street so as to complete SMART. And SMART is right now having a listening session, and it'd be great to have all your voices Wednesday night on SMART's channel to a Zoom meeting, and tell them that they need to complete the pathway through to SMART Station. And with that, we are up on our next slide. And who would like to comment on our legislative policy? Don't be bashful. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I mean, we submitted a memo for retail cannabis. We have a good actor in our city who sort of mastered the delivery business. And then COVID hit, and everybody else had to master the delivery business to stay in business. Exactly 1 mile from where their business is the cannabis business that everybody goes to. It's just on side of city limits. We're hemorrhaging $200,000 to $400,000 a year probably in sales tax revenue for something that a majority of people in this state, and I would venture to say people in this city, all support. And so I'm riffing here a little bit because I don't really have many questions. I got my questions answered. My questions are, what specifically is holding us back from actually implementing this council priority?
So as we tried to address in the response to questions today, we actually have been working on it in the background, and we've actually made quite a lot of preparations for that. But it's really based on the direction of the prior council, which was to provide a full bore legislative program based on Santa Rosa's, and we can still do that or still pivot from that, but. The reason it's not been a foreground project is we also addressed in the answers today. It's been due to a lot of focus that we've had to devote on the fairgrounds and that transition, and to some anticipated litigation effort that's necessary to ensure that our mobile home regulations continue to provide the protections that the council has intended them to provide. I think we're going to be successful on that. We're still active in that, but as I noted in the response, retail cannabis is our next big project to take that forward. I listed the steps that we anticipate that would entail, and they're kind of consistent just structurally with but I think in some ways more straightforward in comparison with what we've done recently for the mobile home regulations. The council has tended to, this council, or at least the returning members of this council have tended to prefer us to come forward with a menu of regulatory features that they can engage with and direct us on, rather than baked regulations. It can be quicker to come forward with baked regulations, and the prior council really wanted us to do that with respect to these regulations. The city manager has been talking about potentially streamlining and delivering this sooner if it's focused more on an update of our existing program, administrative program for granting a limited number of permits in industrial zones, excuse me, which still has a land use component, but a much smaller one, and it's also a smaller regulatory lift. And if that's something the council would like to start with, recognizing it doesn't preclude a bigger program in the future or bigger expansion in the future, that can be done more quickly. But I'm not, we'll do what the council wishes us to do, and in the way the council wishes. We can do streamlining if it's sort of less of a workshop focus. We can, I think that what the city manager's suggestion has been is that we bring, in response to the memo, kind of a high-level sort of workshop on the comparing what the timeline looks like and what the components are for the wholesale, what I'm just going to call the wholesale regulatory project versus the more surgical one that I just mentioned and that Peggy's been envisioning. And we're going to be ready to do either. We're as I mentioned, we're
Okay.
I mean, I think the council's aware, but just as a reminder, we've never been the kind of city attorney's office that just hands off litigation on our critical programs to outside counsel. We do pleadings drafting, we're strategizing, and I think that's what gets us the results that I'm very proud of and has kept our regulations intact, because without that, once they're challenged, they go away, and it's not a real benefit to the public. So that takes some time, but I think we also addressed some rough timing if we're going to do a more straightforward approach. Peggy, do you want to chime in on that?
I was just going to say we're prepared to come on March 11th with a high-level process conversation and give council a couple options.
And
one would be, can we come back in June with a pilot program, because we've been really successful with delivery and how we handle delivery, and so we have some thoughts on replicating that for retail, and doing a pilot program and then giving it a year, coming back to council and reporting out on how that turned out. We can do that quickly, or if we want to expand outside of our industrial area, it's probably going to take a little longer because we're going to have to do the outreach required. So.
And it's a little bit more teamwork, but it's teamwork either way. And frankly, no one's going to be more delighted than me to have the project in the rearview mirror and be talking about other stuff. And I'm, excited about the opportunity. I'm probably jinxing us right now, but to actually focus on it.
I'll say I think the local business would. Because we're hurting them, and we're gonna run them out, and they're a good actor. They contribute. They live in our city. They've got kids in our school, and we're going to run them out if we don't get this done. And so it's not that I want to go buy joints all day. It's that I don't want to see us lose $200,000 to $400,000 a year while we squash local businesses. And I want to see it get done fast. I also want to see it get done right, because right now we've got businesses closing in our downtown, and I'm concerned that if we do a limited approach to this, we're going to keep it in one area, and we're not going to see. It's not going to provide the economic benefits to the entire city, because we're just basically making a very small tweak to allow it in a specific
Just
place.
a clarification, it's not going to be just to one area. I think we have a map that shows all of our industrial areas, so it would be the same areas that we allow for cannabis delivery. And so we won't limit it, and downtown's going to require its own outreach and consideration. So
this would be all the structure of the March meeting.
Yes.
This is what the workshop would cover.
Yes.
Yeah, to kind of lay out those choices, like, those directional choices. And we're only going to do it right. That's the only way we do things. And it's going to be what the council directs. And it could be, the bigger or the smaller or in between, whatever. I mean, doing something that gets relief for the business you're talking about would suggest accelerating, but you're raising broader concerns, also legitimate, and we'll do what the council wants, and we're keyed up to.
Can I ask across the council for comments on cannabis?
I will withhold my.
And then I was going to say,
comments.
I think we owe the council members who've suggested this onto the agenda, I think we almost straw poll or something after we do a public comment period. So I just want to ask across the dais, does anybody want to add to the cannabis conversation right now? Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So if I'm understanding staff correctly, we can move forward at the next meeting in March if we're willing to have a discussion that just tees off of our existing cannabis delivery ordinance but doesn't reinvent the wheel. Is that?
Yeah, we'll bring back the conversation of just what process council would like to pursue. Do we want to do that more finite process, or if you want something broader, we have timelines for both.
Okay, so we can have that conversation about those two alternatives at
On the
March
11th,
meeting.
yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Now.
Yes, this is a long time coming. Healy, Councilmember Healy will remember this was brought to us like 15 years ago, the last time I was on council. And at that time, I had college-age students as children, and now they're adults. But now I have friends my age that are going to these dispensaries, and there's more than one, I believe, in the outside area of Petaluma that wants to be inside the city limits and is selling as a medicinal. I mean, this is our aging population who is depending on it, or our cancer patients who are depending on it. And we also have to do the security measures, which were really important 15 years ago. So we have to hear from the police department
Absolutely.
as well for security. And it can't be close to schools. And there is some schools located in our industrial areas, so.
And we would be able to include that in the workshop on the, the March date.
Absolutely.
Good. Vice Mayor Strips?
Yeah, I would just like to add support that this has still been a long time coming, and I said our aging population is they are users now, and so we really need it. We also need to make sure that there's at least 3 that I know of that businesses that want to come into town. Of course, they all want to be more on a main street rather than tucked away in an industrial park. But if we can streamline it, at least get them, find 3 locations here in town, and make that would be acceptable both to the population that uses it and to the folks that would be helping to sell both. If we can have those communications first and then figure out, can we streamline quickly, then we can move in that direction. And we don't do right. And of course, we always have the input from the enforcement. So that's just on cannabis. I would support moving a little faster.
I too would like to move faster, and I believe Santa Rosa has kind of a quick route to move forward with these.
I would say that if you spoke to the business that Councilmember Barnacle mentioned, Santa Rosa's approach was a little kind of opening up the floodgates and created some other unintended consequences. So I don't think we want to necessarily follow that, but we can talk about that with council.
Well, I'll bring it back next time in
absolutely.
more detail of what I'm actually talking about when we meet.
Okay, other policy or legislative input? Councilmember Posake.
I just wanted to
chime away.
I'd like to do cannabis quickly, get it on there, and decide quickly which direction we want to go.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Strips.
Yeah, so can we move on to other legislation?
Yes.
Okay. There's a couple others in here that I know we would like to have it all done. And I know there's difficulties, but there's been a couple roadblocks that are in the way of a couple things that have delayed things. And one of them is staff and having enough staff to do enforcements. And this is for the 2 areas here, we're talking about parking and tree preservation. And so for both of these to be done right, we can, no matter what we do in creating these regulations, what sort of delayed us is, okay, do we have the proper staff to do their right advising, to do the enforcement, to do the education, and then also, and then parking, to also have a place to put the cars that are being cited that we want to get moved. Is there another place nearby that we can put them? That would be, because last time I tried to put my RV somewhere, I called around and every place was full. I finally found one. Took me half a year to find an open spot to get my RV parked somewhere even close to town. The closest place was 40 miles away that I could actually park it, unless I could find some farmer that would be willing to let me put on the rural lands there somewhere, and a few do. So, and a few have already started doing that, but we need to, with these regulations, we really also need to make sure we are supporting them with the proper staff to make sure that so even that as well as we can do these regulations, they have to be supported. And so especially around the tree preservation, I know parking management, we could probably do, we already have some enforcement capabilities there. We still need a place for people to put their vehicles. Then on the tree preservation, we really need, again, having been on the, being a tree guy, we really need to have a staff that's better funded and better capacity because our trees are worth tens of millions of dollars here in our city, worth more than even some of our buildings and other infrastructures. So, because there's as much tree canopy here as maybe even our streets. And so they have almost equal value if we're going to look at it in the new lenses that we have through blue zones and 15-minute communities. So given that their financial worth, we really need to think about if we're going to increase staff, maybe we need to shift gears and get some more maintenance folks, parks maintenance folks, some open space folks, someone on staff that knows about how to manage open space, as well as a city arborist that actually can help do the education and do the regulation both. So we need to do that prep work ahead of and with the ordinances so that it's a complete package. So that's, I just want to make sure we're clear. My expectations that with the ordinance comes also the staffing and the services that go along with it.
I would just follow up with that, Councilmember Shribs, that on every implementation plan that we do for any of our ordinances, we figure out what those resources, what's required. So whether it's staffing, whether it's consultants, whether it's, other resources, and what funding is available to make that happen. So.
And we really try our best to take that into account in the actual regulatory work. So we're looking for, if there's not a lot of staff resource, we're looking for hyper efficient ways, ways that we can, with a lean staff, still provide meaningful enforcement. And also we look for things like maybe there's an administrative fee to cover administrative costs, like we did that with the alcohol-related nuisance regulations. So that really, you're absolutely right, and that really does need to be part of the legislative regulatory program thinking, because otherwise, again, you can have paper regulations that are having no effect because they're not being implemented.
Yeah, because I think that's what's actually been delaying some of these things over the last few years. So we make sure that happens.
Councilperson Kaner Thompson.
I'm going to follow up with ordinances. We're done with the cannabis, but the parking ordinances, it's the one that I get the most complaints about. There's trailer hitches just left on the street. You have vehicles that they're licensed. There's no license. And they're just everywhere. And, I was driving with somebody that was showing me, and I had no idea how many outdated license. I mean, they're every street practically. And so I think it's really important that we address this. And I realize that, people buy these toys, but sometimes you have to think about where you're going to store them before you buy them. And I don't think it's the city's responsibility to find where people need to store toys. But I also want to talk about the leaf blower ordinance. I would like to see that come before the city. I know there's changes at the state level, but when people have a gas-powered blower on their back, I mean that's not healthy. And so it's not healthy for the environment. It's not healthy for the person also. And I think that is important for us to at least bring up sometime this year, before the end of the year. And I mean, this might be a little controversy, but I think we should look at a chain link fence ordinance. We have economic development we're talking about. We have a really sweet city, and yet you have 4 blocks of chain link fences right on Petaluma Boulevard. And you just have garbage out. People don't clean up. And so how long are we going to allow people just to chain link fence around their buildings and then take what's ever in the buildings and throw it out in the parking areas? And so I think we should at least look at, consider a time frame. If somebody has to put a chain link fence up, they should get a permit for it, and there should be a time frame that it comes down. It just can't be indefinitely, because this is the heart of our town. You drive down Petaluma Boulevard North and you see 4 blocks of chain link fences, and that is not good economic development or economic for our community. We're losing a lot of money, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I want to kind of help on to both of those issues. I think the ordinance we don't have on here is everything we already have on as ordinance. And people say, for me, the number one concern I get around town, and one of the driving motivators for safe streets, is people speed, people run stop signs, and there's never a cop in town when you need one. Why aren't we doing more citations and traffic enforcement? And you try and say, well, if you and me both stop speeding, we wouldn't have this complaint. But that's changing personal behavior, and that's the last thing that usually changes. Enforcement helps change that. I would suggest that the place to put our limited resources of general fund staffing, it would be more into enforcement of existing, like abatement of nuisance or of traffic control through the existing 2 departments that exist, before we initiate long-term other obligations. So that's just my interest in staffing that's not on our top 10, but if we're going to increase staffing or resources to solve problems, solving our abatement problem. I mean, last summer we had a rooster problem in town, and I got a call the other day. It's still a problem in town, despite having a nuisance abatement, talking to folks and stuff. I mean, we have to be able to solve some of this stuff, and so I'm anxious to have that happen. Also, an ordinance I would like to see on here, and have talked to a lot of folks about that we haven't mentioned yet, is a time of sale sidewalk repair. I mean, we do a tremendous amount of talking about walkable city and climate, and we really talk a lot. But time of sale sidewalk fix, it means, the individual is going to do something. And so that I think that's where blaming the city for climate and asking the city to solve climate changes to, not only did I hold the city accountable, I held myself accountable. And so I think it's important we get the individuals to do that. And I would support an assistance program, a transition program, where, say, the city ran a pavement contract, a sidewalk contract, maybe subsidize half of the cost of that for a year or two, saying, hey, in the 3rd year, everybody will do. So the ordinance would include a transition period with some city subsidy. But we can't say that we're going to be a walkable city. We can't say we're hitting our climate goals unless we make sidewalks where people will walk, wheel their chairs, bicycle their kids. So I think that's an important one to have on here. And I would trade off charter amendments. I just want to toss that in there because I know it's important, and there's a lot of troubles in our charter.
Well, I would say, council before the meeting had questions about council pay, and we just talked about some of the challenges with the design build. There are things that are charter light, we call it charter light fondly. Yeah, charter heavy. It precludes us from doing and being efficient as a city. So I would argue that the charter amendments are kind of important. They're going to be long in coming, but they're really important. So if council wants us to bring the leaf blower and the time of sale sidewalk repair, we can do that, but we would need to make room somewhere here as far as order of execution. So.
And can I ask, are we talking about a limited resource dealing with new and different agendas, or are we discussing adding to the resource in order to achieve more? Much as we said, well, maybe we need to have an arborist around or a tree manager around, should we have an extra attorney around to push through some of these?
Well, and we'll be talking about that during budget, but when we bring these back as initiatives, we will be talking about budget required and resources required to not only complete those, but implement.
Councilmember Pozike?
Yeah, in terms of this stuff, I'd just like to, my question would be going over if we start on the left side, the tree preservation ordinance and tenant protection, I think we're hoping to finish this
Hopefully
year.
we're done with that, yeah.
Cannabis, we're starting on now. Urban growth boundary has to be done this year. Is there room for anything else this year?
Well, we'll probably start zoning ordinance update. We'll be teeing that up.
That's going to trail the general plan.
Right. And again, we'll talk about order of execution.
Well, yeah,
so.
I would also support the leaf blower issue if we could add it this year particularly.
When we return for our second bite of goals, we'll have an assessment of how difficult a leaf blower is versus how difficult an ordinance for something more substantial. Cannabis might be much longer. Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, just two things. I would concur that charter amendments are a lower priority for me. It's been something we've been talking about for 25 years. It hasn't happened. We continue to lurch along just fine. So, and I would remind folks that there were 3 separate elections in the 1990s where increasing council pay was put to the voters and they rejected it all 3 times. So I really don't think that's a place we really want to go. And then, I'm kind of agnostic on a leaf blower ordinance, but I would remind folks that the city of Sonoma had a standalone ban on gas-powered leaf blowers, and it got referended. So be careful what you ask for.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, so the parking or the chain link fence ordinance one is one that I think is funny. I think it's going after like a larger problem that is like we've got a growing problem of vacant storefronts in our downtown. And I think that needs to be a priority for us of like, how do we bring businesses back downtown, bring people downtown, support our downtown businesses and build a stronger tax base for, and stronger economic engine downtown. It's not currently a priority. I think there could be legislative activities that we take up. I'm not saying I'm in support of a vacancy tax, but I'm in support of something that will help to bring business downtown or help to keep, encourage some downward pressure on rents, whatever we can do on that front. And then the charter amendments, I don't think they're a priority for this year, but I think we need to do something. Like, it's not lost on me that I'm the only person out here that isn't retired. If we want to see more representation, if we really care about diversity and diverse representation, and we don't want to see retired white people and a crazy person who like has a full-time job and does this, then we better start thinking about compensating people. I mean, it's certainly keeping us in power, but I don't think it's serving our larger goals of inclusivity and diversity.
Vice Mayor Schrips.
Okay. I'd like to support what said council members here on my right about the downtown area. A little bit about fences, a little bit about the economy. There's some beautification coming. I'm not sure where this fits in, whether it's policy or whether we create already use one of our downtown districts or the business association or self-taxing, whatever it is, but we have to come up with monies for dredging. We've got to beautify our downtown. We have to do the trestle. We have to get rid of the fencing. There's a parking issue downtown of tow trucks showing up and grabbing all sorts of cars. So there's a lot of issues. And then we have the hotel and the overlay happening. And these are all a little disjointed right now. And they're all bits and pieces of the same thing, which is really envisioning our downtown as a whole place of being, how we can do a better job with the tourism and visiting, how we get rid of graffiti. So there's so many topics that we've covered that really deal with the downtown, but they're all piecemeal. And we're all attacking one little thing at another. What I'd like to see is somewhere, either it be in the policy or wherever it fits, is if maybe did what we do for the fairgrounds and do a re-envisioning of our downtown and what is it going to take? So the businesses are talking to us, the folks who live down there are talking to us, developers are talking to us, and all the teams. and we come up with, re-envision the downtown as a more of an economic viable place that people want to go to. But we need to have that as a general discussion, bring the public in, and really look at it, because right now we're fighting too much over little this and little that in pieces instead of a unified vision. And so that's going to be a key element. So if anything, I'd like to bring that up as a goal, maybe even this year, that we actually work together on a re-envisioning statement for a downtown that's a little more comprehensive. Maybe it's part of the general plan process, but they don't seem to be working on it that much as a specific for this year. So I'd like to maybe, if we push that forward and make it part of the general plan process, that we get done before the end of this year. So it's in there, as well as we're already working on it.
It is a great topic to raise with the general plan presentation upcoming, so I like that idea. Councilmember Now?
Thank you. And Councilmember or Vice Mayor Shribs, you bring up a great opportunity we have about the downtown, but we have current issues with downtown that are very concerning. We have unhoused living in our parking garage on Keller Street, and it doesn't look good for our merchants who are using the parking garage to, have their cars while they're at work, or where you're a customer going to those merchants and those retail establishments and you feel uncomfortable, or going to a restaurant and then coming back and you feel uncomfortable because you have to deal with what's going on. There's a need for better lighting downtown, maybe beautifying the downtown even during the off season when it's not the holidays, and bringing those during the holidays, everything's lit up and nice sparkly lights. Let's do that all year, not just, and it gives people a little bit more reassurance that they're going to be walking around our downtown safely. Another thing is on the legislation, the parking ordinance. We have living in RVs, and they're on Payran Street, they're on Lindbergh Lane, they're around the Lucky's Shopping Center in my neighborhood, and out at the industrial area on your way to Kaiser off of McDowell. And it's not what we want to see in our Petaluma. We need to come up with some solution, and sooner than later.
So I'm just going to add, and Eric, you probably want to add, probably want to talk about this too. So we've talked about kind of that RV ordinance, the parking of the toys on the street, and that's one issue. You're talking about, Councilmember Now, some of our precariously housed or unhoused individuals that are, and typically they're families. So we have been talking about, as far as our homeless strategy in year 3 that we're kicking off here, is just addressing our family shelter, because our family shelter is woefully inadequate. We had a waiting list, I heard from COTS, for 42 families, and we can only accommodate 10, depending on how many people are in that family. So, and Santa Rosa currently can only accommodate 14. So we've got a great need. And so we will be talking about that this year. So that is definitely on our plate, but it's a very different issue, because I believe Sebastopol is being litigated against by the ACLU by enforcing exactly what you're saying, because people need a place.
Right. So it's a little bit, what has happened is the way the experience of shelterlessness has kind of evolved. This issue that used to be about where the toys get parked and keeping the rights of way clear is more complicated now, because it also touches on housing problems and housing shortage. So we need to look at those issues, because some of the great partnerships we had in Petaluma, for example, about tenant regulations and mobile home regulations, are some of the same folks that are suing Sebastopol because of impacts they view as negative in terms of shelter options. And, I think we can be really proud in Petaluma of what we've done as a systemic approach to that problem, and actually providing resources that do a pretty good, they're not adequate yet, but they're a pretty good job of being scaled to the need in our community in terms of services and, permanent supportive housing and all that work that is bringing that together, so that we have a greater ability to provide people housing options and services for those that need them to be able to be successfully housed while keeping our public places safe and accessible to everybody. But there's more to do still, and we just need to see the interconnectedness. We do, I know the council does too, when we approach those things, and they're still going to be approachable, but we just have to be thoughtful and make sure I think we need to make sure that we're not just enforcing, but also addressing these other needs.
And educating, re-educating our community about parking, about how we want properties to look, working with their downtown. To your point, Vice Mayor Shribs, one component of our community that we haven't really tapped into are property owners downtown. There's a lot of property owners downtown. How do we engage with them? How do we, because we really don't have a funding source for downtown improvements. Once redevelopment went away, we really don't. So how do we work in partnership with our property owners and come up with a funding plan for improvements and beautification downtown?
Right. And strategies like catalyst projects and whatever, that move us forward with that. So those will be some of the things we'll talk about when we get to the implementation considerations.
So before we leave, can we just get clarity on what we're bringing back? Because I know we have items here. People were a little lukewarm on charter amendments, and we can push that out to out years. But are we bringing back leaf blower? Are we bringing back time of sale sidewalk repair?
One thing I want to mention is if we bring back sidewalk, we do have a pretty robust and recently, revivified sidewalk set of regulations, requiring adjacent property owners to engage, and staff have done a good job working with them, and we had on-call contracts for that.
So
that's
I think when we look at our budget, and I pushed this for several years, that the city should partner with the property owners, and none of that money gets utilized by property owners. It gets utilized for downtown ADA compliance, and so it really doesn't go to the directed issue. And also, when there is complaints, directed complaints on our website complaint form, it says, we'll take it, and it is not effective. We do not have the enforcement or nuisance abatement that has the teeth in it to stay with it. It's not a policy. It's an ordinance, but there's not a commitment. Okay. So,
and it may be what it may be. I'm thinking about like a flare up of activity that because of limited staffing resource has not been kept constant, but. I would want to look to see if that's really a regulatory problem or an implementation problem.
Sure.
Just to be efficient.
I think we have a couple more council comments. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, on the sidewalk thing, just recalling back, and some council members may recall this, the program we ended up with was settled on because there was huge pushback to a time of sale requirement, especially from every real estate agent in town. So, I would like to see if we can get our program, which is well designed, but if it's not working, let's figure out why it's not working and let's fix it. And that's really more of an administrative thing. So maybe staff can look into that and report back at the appropriate time.
Councilmember Cater Thompson, did you have an earlier hand? Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah. I got so caught up on cannabis that I forgot about the elephant in the room, the housing element implementation. There's a lot in there. And in terms of what we could bring back, I'd be interested in some discussion on that. Personally, I'm getting more bullish on things that are going to promote affordability and build equity in the community. I know I've heard from, buyers and realtors that, we just don't have an entry-level market. We see it in our data that we're losing families, right? And so I'd be interested in something like it seemed pretty easy to eliminate impact fees for affordable housing. I think we should bring back and have a conversation about like reduction or elimination of fees for other types of housing that really sort of start to meet our needs. And I'm thinking of things like for sale condos that you can get in for $300,000 or $400,000 instead of $650,000 to $800,000 as a starter home here. I think potentially eliminating impact fees for above a certain floor, like they've done in Santa Rosa, to make sure that we're encouraging developers to go up. I know that we're going to be updating our Nexus study and looking at that, but like we've got some pretty NIMBY policies around housing that are holding us back from like actually achieving what we say we want to do as a council. So I'd love to see us like start to look at like low-hanging fruit things we can do to be promoting affordability and starting to try and rebuild our middle class that 20 years of NIMBY policies have gotten us to.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I'm just going to raise, what about paid parking downtown? I mean, that's probably not very popular, but there's a lot of needs in our downtown, and it would bring in a lot of money. And as much as I hate paying for parking when I go to Santa Rosa, I do pay. So
Pay
it's
parking.
something to at least consider.
Okay. And I did have two that I hadn't brought up previously. One is our ongoing day labor issue. I don't know if this fits into policy, or is there another place in our goals where we can say that we need a better program to facilitate and organize day labor? And so that's got to be in the queue somewhere. And then earlier in the evening, we talked about upstream investments to avoid homelessness and other issues, and how our guaranteed basic income is only extends through the rest of this year, I think. And I'd like to make it a goal that we support efforts to analyze data and figure out where the next funding stream comes from. Our current funding stream was from Fed funds during ARPA funds, and we don't have that. So it will be a budget decision that we make a commitment to providing the data. And I know we won't be the lead on it because we've got Partners County and Healdsburg and Santa Rosa, but maybe we're the ones that push that agenda. Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, so I was the one who raised the concept of upstream investments, and I think we should cast the net more broadly than just one program. I think we should try to look at best practices, not just in California, but around the world in Europe, because it's such a uniquely California problem, and I don't know what other regions or countries are doing right that we're not doing, but I'm not familiar with universal basic income programs in those places. They're doing something right, and I just want to understand what the secret sauce is without focusing on one particular program out of the gate.
Councilmember Pozike.
I just wanted to point out in response to Councilmember Healy's comment that the COC, or the Sonoma County Homeless Coalition, is about to begin a pilot study of homeless prevention as on a county level to try to have everyone under one umbrella. It's being, I think, really half of it's being grant funded. It's something like $2 or $3 million where the county and the COC are putting in half the money, and there's a grant to cover the other half. And this is to try to take care, give people a few $1,000s to keep them in the house that they're about to lose, and it is based on some of the best practices, I think.
Okay, thanks. Do we have staff comment? Yeah.
Just a quick comment. Yeah, we are exploring a number of things in this area. So you're correct. The universal basic income does expire at the end of this year. We are looking at collaborating with a private foundation and some other cities. The foundation actually will kick in matching funds to do another type of universal basic income program. So we are exploring that to bring more funds into the city of Petaluma for a program like that. We also have just kicked off the landlord recruitment program with Home First that has already successfully generated new landlords who are willing to accept Section 8 vouchers. So that's good news on that front, and they'll be continuing to try to bring in more landlords into that program. And then finally, with the expiration of some of our COVID and ARPA funding, which was funding rental assistance, we will be talking in this upcoming budget process about what sort of the next round of rental assistance looks like to help prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place. So a few things brewing on that front.
I appreciate all those. Vice Mayor Shribs?
Just as a suggestion, since so you're looking at shifting things, moving things from one box to the other box, that since the tenant protection regulations, we were very proactive before, and now we're now in a reactive position, responding to the situation. So maybe it doesn't need to be in the top 10 anymore. It could be dropped down as and just deal with it as it's coming at us. But that the housing element, from what I'm hearing from just about every industry, whether it be from the teachers, whether it be the tourism workers, or the police force, fire, or even in the county, they can't hire the people at the county because nobody's willing to come here and live with our housing prices. So we really, if there's anything we really need to move on the most, is making sure that we implement the housing element for affordable housing, because apparently even the tourism industry, that's their critical number one thing. They didn't talk about not being able to attract people to come here, anything else, but just having housing for workers is critical for our whole economy right now. And so if we didn't solve that, a lot of the other stuff is not going to be we have to solve that first.
Well, and I can say that now that we have a better understanding of how BAFA works, I certainly hope everybody votes for that this November, because that would bring us a nice chunk of money into this county and definitely into Petaluma for production of new housing, preservation, and protection. So it would be a game changer for us because we need money for that.
Yeah, and that's a good point, that our affordable housing is subsidized housing. We need that outside money to make it affordable. And I wanted to uplift one of your comments, City Manager, regarding the family shelter. And, Petaluma's can accommodate, I think it's 10 folks, but they're only at 3 or 4 currently due to staffing problems. So we have facilities that we're just not, our nonprofit partners are not staffed up on, and that's really an impact if it's your family that's homeless. So I hope that we can make a priority to help those nonprofits find the funding through COC or whoever to do that. I'd like to open this to public comment on legislation and policy now. And again, let's set the clock at 90 seconds. And I believe we've already asked the questions and read the messaging, and so we'll go with this next level here. And I've shuffled the cards a little bit, but it's the same deck. And so first off, Teddy Herzog, and I believe Teddy has left the building. So then Callum Weeks. Oh, this is legislation and policy moment for Callum Weeks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. I do agree we need some changes. So good pun. I earned that. It's late. To the downtown area, and really, I'm glad you brought up the overlay. Certainly, there's a lot of opportunities there for housing in the downtown area. Really try to concentrate things, especially affordable housing. And to your point, thank you, City Manager Flynn, for bringing up the BAFA bond. You guys are doing all the work for me. It is a hugely just amazing opportunity that we cannot pass up. There is nothing else coming. It's this, or we continue to struggle, and the issue probably gets worse. And that's just being frank and looking at reality and being pragmatic about the situation that we're in. But there's lots of solutions. And, you know, we spoke with the city manager and staff, and we heard, I think, one big takeaway message, and I'm paraphrasing lightly, but it's we're a straight A city, we're a straight A staff, and we want to get straight A's on Generation Housing's North Bay Next Initiative Action Plan dashboard. So we certainly love to hear that message, and we want to help support you as much as we can. We know staff shortages are really they're challenging, and we totally understand that, and we want to support you in whatever way we can to keep the needle moving forward and to really make sure that we enter this coming year, even already a quarter way in, that we really tackle this and we work together to get some good things happening, good things moving forward. And I'll follow up you with everything else. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. Isaiah Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and thank you for your diligence on all of these issues. My name is Isaiah Gonzalez. I guess I should put this on. I'm here as a representative of the Veterans Action Council, as well as the founder of Sonoma County's chapter of Veterans Walk and Talk. I'm here to urge you to consider prioritizing the city's cannabis ordinance for many reasons, not just to include retail, but if we're going to start talking about retail, perhaps we should also consider revisiting the city's smoking ordinance. And I say that because on January 25th of this year, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton and Senator Cory Baker introduced the Marijuana and Federally Assisted Housing Parity Act, and that would allow those on Section 8, such as myself. My kids and I are also recipients of the Universal Basic Income Program that's been discussed tonight. So the fact that the city is considering matching or pursuing continued funds for that is incredible and astounding. But outside of that, on cannabis, I'd also urge you to update your slide, because cannabis can do so much for the city in every single one of the goals that we have set. In a city that works for everyone, how much do we cater to alcohol sales and consumption? We welcome Down Under Industries to participate in the Butter and Eggs Day Parade and welcome their revenue when it comes to community sponsorship, but we don't even allow.
So I think Ileana is saying she's ceding her 90 seconds over to Isaiah.
May I?
Please. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. We don't even allow them to conduct business within city limits. Is that really a city that works for everyone? Our environmental legacy. I'd urge you to look into some brands such as Moon Valley Cannabis and Sonoma Hills Farms and look at some of their very regenerative practices. A safe community that thrives. I'm standing here with this hat on and as a representative of Veterans Walk and Talk, because some of you may be familiar with the work that I've done through Life on Earth Art in facilitating Sonoma County's Veterans Art Day and going out and engaging the veteran community over the past 2 years. What I have found personally benefited me the most was a symbiotic horticultural relationship with the cannabis plant. It is something that benefited me not just during my transition out of the military, but also during my pregnancy and my postpartum period. I'd like to thank Councilmember Now for recognizing our aging community and their need for it, because that's something that I see predominantly important to veterans. And the reason I don't facilitate my walks anymore is because I'm so worried about what if I give something to someone, they go home, they get in trouble for it, and now they've lost their home. An economy that prospers, I think that one is pretty self-explanatory as far as the tax revenue cannabis can create for the city. And spaces and places that inspire. I don't know if you've ever been to Mercy Wellness or taken a look at their community page and the amount of funds that they donate back, but please do.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your living in our efforts for the vets, too. Next, Libby Fitzgerald. I believe Libby has left the building. Blake Hooper.
Good evening, everyone. I will try and be quick. First thing I wanted to touch on very quickly was the retail cannabis regulation. The proposed ordinance would be pretty important considering we've discussed ad nauseum tonight the lack of staff resources. It is an ordinance that would literally help generate a return on investment and help bring much needed sales tax and other revenue to the city at a time when we have closing storefronts and a contracting economy. I think this is something we'd need now more than ever to create the resources needed to help fund the other ordinances, as also cited in the city attorney's comments in the attachments that were provided to everyone. Next bit, please, as current chair for your planning commission, please allow staff to prioritize the update of the zoning ordinance. I can't tell you the number of projects that have been hindered by our out-of-date ordinance that was never fully completed and is inconsistent on every possible measurable scale. And to that end, please give staff the ability to focus on parking management and a parking update to our antiquated and, to be frank, somewhat absurd parking minimum standards. If you want a prime example of that, take a look at the requirement for the number of lanes for a bowling alley and the number of parking spots required per lane, and that'll give you an idea of how our standards were created at that time. And finally, please do not put tenant protections off the top 10 list. If you think we are in a place where we don't have to be proactive, you fundamentally misunderstand what it's like to live here as a working person. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Peters, you want in on this? Yes, there we go.
On the cannabis thing, I was looking at the zoning map. You know, the industrial zoning will get you North McDowell, but like the airport or there's PCD zoning or business park zoning, if you could add those as part of the ordinance, you would cover, every district would be covered if you included those. I can't make the tree committee meetings. I know the county introduced a moratorium in advance of the ordinance. You know, I don't know if it's me, but I hear a lot of trees buzzing right now, and I'm sure it's the tree people out there saying, hey, you better get your trees cut down before the ordinance is in. And so I didn't see that in the update on this item. And so if we're not doing a moratorium before we do the regulations, we better act like the county on that topic. Parking is in a number of places. It's in the policy thing next, and then in the like final city organizational thing. We should have a coherent parking policy. Certainly, as the chairman of the Climate Action Commission, paid parking or eliminating the car subsidy is a high priority for the certainly myself and other members of the commission. And so that's an unpopular fight that I'm willing to take on, and I know others are. And so we need to eliminate that subsidy, period.
Thank you, Dave Alden.
Thank you. A lot of good ideas tonight, both on the screen and from the dais, but let me add a couple and tweak a couple. It has recently become acknowledged that the blueprint for climate neutrality has a disconnect on transit. What it expects for future transit usage is inconsistent with the resources it proposes to put forth. As we wind down use of private cars, we need to have a plan, a master plan for transit, similar to what we've been working on for active transportation. I've made that point several times recently. I think you'll see something like that in the upcoming final draft of that blueprint. Second, tied to the housing element, we need to talk about TOD. That is clearly the direction we're hearing from the legislature, and yet most of our TOD parcels are sitting there. Not our fault, and we really can't write a policy to fix it, but we need to be aware of addressing why they're sitting there vacant. On the topic of safe streets, there's a coming technology to restrict the speed of cars. Not something we can fix, but we should be prepared. When that becomes available, there's probably no more effective way to slow or to make streets safer than having slower cars. Lastly, I object mildly to the term parking management. The term of art is parking reform, which is a broader topic to reduce, as Blake said, to eliminate minimums, parking fees, all that comes into parking reform. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Nathan Spindell. I believe Nathan has left the building. Nicola Fry. Catherine Reinhardt, Ileana, John Hanania. Oh.
Where do you want me to start with this? Do you guys keep track of what you say? I hear Barnacle talking about how much money we lose from cannabis. How many of you have thought about how much money you lose because you don't want the RV? How many of you calculated how much luxury tax you get from RV or boat or live-in motorhome or trailer? The only one probably remember the chaos that the city created is Mike Healy over a decade ago when you tried to do the same thing about the RV. This chamber here looked like January 6th at the Capitol, okay? I don't appreciate one of you saying, well, it's not my problem. Well, it is your problem. People have rights, okay? And if, you know, some of you, they don't want to see RV in even private property. Well, where we live? Do we live in Russia? What is this town coming to? Okay? You don't have enough staff to enforce parking. Do you have one person doing that? And when somebody comes to you, say, we don't have money. I agree with Mr. Shripps, which is I talked to him to a length last week, okay? And he had firsthand experience. You don't have any place to put him. I've asked Eric Danley years ago, where can you put him? Did I get an answer? No. I asked Mr. Brian Miller, 2019 when he was a lieutenant, where are you going to put him? Okay? Now we move on to the leaf blower. Leaf blower being on your back is not healthy. Well, over 40 years ago, in my teenager, when I worked in a grocery store, I still remember the cigarette pack has got a warning but it's not healthy. So where do we go? I mean, you guys seem to be talking on both sides of your mouth. Okay? Let's just be consistent about what you want to do. And if you're going to do something about the parking, be productive. Think, okay? When I was coaching soccer, I used to teach the kids, you have a plant and you have a land. So you have to plant which one you want to plant with, and you have to think about which foot you want to land with. And you guys just come over and say, nope, this is it. We don't care. Well, how is that possible? How? So you need to come up with a solution. If you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. Thank you.
And that was our last speaker on this topic. Let's bring it back to council for any last summary of legislative and policy. Any comment necessary? Staff feeling that they've heard the effort there, and we're looking for the next slide. And Councilman,
Can I just ask a question? There's no prioritization happening right now. Are we actually going to have a council comment and discussion about priorities and pulling things off the list, or are we just talking about things right now?
We would love to have a final list after this conversation. So I'm assuming each of these sections will go back through, but that's why I asked earlier, are we adding leaf blowers? Are we adding time of sale?
You tried to capture that at one moment.
Yeah.
It sounds like your notes are going to lead us through our summary discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And let's take a 2 or 3 minute leg stretch here and put this meeting into recess for 3 minutes. Okay, the meeting is back in order, and I think first order, I'll call on Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting past 11.
And,
second.
And we have a second, and can we do this by Barnacle? And can we do this by acclaim?
Sure.
I think we can. All those in favor of extending the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. So the meeting is allowed to extend, and we have our policy, programs, and plans here. And who would Well, goodness me. So how shall we proceed on this? Do everything? Okay, next item. Seriously, a little editorial and input, I think, is what staff's looking for here, and a little commentary. And let me help set the table here. So of the original top 10, how much of staff resource do you figure the remaining 3 items consume of staff resource, and how much staff resource is available for additional project? Or frame this in a different way of assigning priority. I'm just fishing for, how do we know what we're doing here? We're doing the general plan. That's an essential. It's staffed. It's funded.
It's significant time, just
Yeah, it's
saying.
significant time.
Integrated pest management plan, I'm hoping, Patrick, that will be done by Patrick or Drew. So that's one that'll drop off the list.
From a policy development standpoint, that's going to drop off the list. We're going back to the RMPC in 2 days, or almost tomorrow. And then I expect to bring that to council at the second meeting next month. I think that's the 18th of March.
So you bring up a good point, and to your point, Vice Mayor Shribs, is the implementation of the IPMP, and we will be talking about what that means as far as resource and how we're planning on implementing that. So we've got general plan underway with a completion time frame of next year around, okay, fall 25. Open space acquisition, those are fairly big chunks. We've got Cedar Grove, English Hill. We'll be bringing Scott Ranch or / Kelly Creek Protection here shortly. Our special project manager, Heather Hines, is coming to the podium to talk about that.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So we have Cedar Grove, we have La Cresta Ridge, English Hill, we have Helen Putnam, we have the Greenway, the North Petaluma Greenway that we're under discussion with. You're whispering something for you.
Kavanaugh, yes.
Kavanaugh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what Kavanaugh is.
That'd be on the turning basin we're talking about?
Larry's.
Oh, the
property.
Pocket Park downtown. Yeah. Okay. So yes, we've got a lot. I can't even remember all of them. So yes, we've got a lot of them going on, and they're all very exciting.
Are they all funding requests from outside parties, or is there staff involvement, or, I mean, beyond that?
A lot of them are, some of them, we feel very confident with some of our funding sources that for acquisition in and of itself, we will not need local funding. Others are requesting local funding. None of them are quote unquote shovel ready or purchase ready in that way. So we don't have everything ironed out with all of them, but we're talking with a lot of our funding partners about options.
Cedar Grove would be outside funding for acquisition. However, operations and maintenance would be a conversation we'd have with the tribe. Helen Putnam is just a one-time city investment before it gets transferred over to regional parks. La Cresta,
we've talked with Open Space District about that concept, but obviously we're a little premature to apply for something with that until we have an arrangement with sellers.
So it just requires staff time to help.
Councilmember Healy?
So, there were 3 open space acquisitions listed in the staff report. The Kavanaugh one, I think we've collectively banged our heads against that one long enough, and we don't have a property owner who's willing to accept appraised value. So I don't really see any point in spending more time on that one, unfortunately. And I really don't understand why Cedar Grove is listed here because there's zero public access to it. And I'm not sure, if someone wants to buy it, that's fine. I don't see why the city needs to have an involvement in that. And I don't see how anyone who bought it would have access to it unless they want to climb over the wall by the river. I don't understand why that's a priority. English Hill, La Cresta, I get. I think that's a good one. And rather than have three, I'd rather have one.
So there are some thoughts there. There's the opportunity presented by the funding. There's the kind of resource, the kind of unique resource it is, talking about Cedar Grove now. There's some transactional challenges with that. Interestingly, that one's not the funding challenge. That's sort of some transactional implementation challenges.
But at the end of the day, there's no public access, so it's not really workable open space.
That's one of the issues, but
there's a big one.
It is a big one, and I'm not trying to debate or any of that kind of thing. I'm just trying to be responsive. It's a big one, but there's a plan for it, and there's a potential pathway. And there's been a lot of discussions with the Great Rancheria representatives.
And Sonoma Land Trust.
And Sonoma Land Trust and Coastal Conservancy.
But the pathway is to tear down an existing house, and we were talking about the housing shortage in town and wanting to create more. So, are we going to really tear down a house on Payran or on Roca to get access to this thing?
Well, and also to potentially, create a unique cross-cultural resource that's preserved, and in potentially doing so, or if done well, eliminating what's been an ongoing safety problem there. That's the other thing that the access does.
Maybe staff should. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of moving parts there that the staff has not updated the council on, and maybe you should talk to us about what the thoughts are before you spend a lot more time on
Sure,
that.
because not doing so, we might miss opportunities, and also, the council can't be expected to prioritize these things if they don't have the background. Yep.
Thank you.
That's fair.
Yeah, that to me is part of the challenge. We were being asked to prioritize, but we don't know the volume of the resource we need, and we don't know the project. So that makes prioritization of this particular item difficult.
Yeah, well, and tonight was just, are these things, these are, open space acquisition was just kind of an overarching, what we do with it. We will be bringing back to council a very detailed list. Cedar Grove, I think we've even talked about it in our monthly report.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been out there. But we're happy to update where we are with that, because it is something we've been spending staff time on.
Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, and then I had one thing I just wanted to mention briefly under the additional category, although it's not specifically called out. And I know we all got an email today from Larry Modell asking that we find a way to take the next steps on Lafferty. And, that's a many steps to be taken on Lafferty, but it seems to me the one that could be undertaken right now without overburdening folks is just to get public input on what the vision for the property is. And, Mr. Danley and I and others spent countless hours negotiating with the neighboring property owners, and something that ultimately collapsed, but there was a very detailed plan that was worked out with the neighboring property owners. And it's a good starting point for the conversation, but I'm not sure that that's exactly what the community wants. So I would like to task Park and Rec, with the commission's having a conversation with the community and using that as a starting point so we can understand what we're trying to achieve up there. Thank you.
And we also have to do some survey work, correct?
Yeah, that's something Councilmember Healy, I told the city manager about our conversation about and your concerns about that, and it does looking at that. Well, looking at Lafferty programmatically generally, I think is the way to go, because that's how we get to keep moving forward and be efficient.
Yep.
it's regulatorily sensitive, as we all know. We want to be good neighbors and good stewards, because that's where, that's the essence of the property, is really stewardship, and access that's consistent with that. So yeah, I think those road mapping kinds of things are really helpful because they help us plan the progress forward while continuing to make some.
Got it.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
One of the things that's not on the list, I think you propose is possibly getting higher up on the list, is the specific plan for our train station up north of town, where it belongs in.
It is there. Sorry, there it is. Petaluma
So it's
North
an additional
specific plan.
Okay, it's an additional in there.
Yep.
But now that housing is of need, and and the station is going in, so maybe we need to put a little bit more effort into making sure that we continue that energy and that effort with the station coming in, and bump that up a little bit in priorities now.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Barnacle.
All for continue moving forward on the open space. They just seem like slow burn items mostly. I would like more information on the Cedar Grove and where we're at on that. I think the fairgrounds needs to stay top priority, and the master plan is one thing, but I think just in general getting more activity going on the site is critical. I know there's some talk in the bike community about could we have our community ride end at the fairgrounds at with food trucks there or something like that. The way that Santa Rosa has their Taco Tuesday ride or something, and try and couple it with food. So I think there's a lot of interesting ideas. And we just need to continue to land the plane on that one. The downtown investments, I'm a little bummed that we did comments independently after the thing, because I really wanted the Trestle people to hear about downtown investments, because there's this feeling that we just can print money, or we've got gold bars in the basement or something, and we don't. And so, of course, we want to invest in beautification in our downtown, but I think we've got to, bring more economy there. We need to. So, again, when I think of my priorities, investing in downtown, encouraging investment in downtown. It's been 20 years since we've had any new buildings really built in the core of our downtown, and it shows. So. I'd love to see more there. It kind of fits into all these different categories as an overarching priority of build our economic engine. And then homelessness. Our unhoused gentleman was here. I pulled up the article about the gentleman who moved into People's Village and then got a job, and then moved into permanent housing from People's Village. This weekend I was out seeing music, and the door guy just got into People's Village. He was previously homeless and was sleeping out in front of the music venue, and now he's the door guy at the music venue, and he has a place at People's Village. And I remember the cost of one of those units is $13,000. $13,000. And we can give someone a roof over their head, and they can work the door at these local venues. And so when I think of $200,000 or $400,000 coming in cannabis tax revenue, that's a certain number of tiny homes that we might be able to put out there to continue to help people get off the streets. And I can't say enough about the stories I've heard about people who are making their way back and contributing, in ways to our economy and to our city because of that program. So I'd love to see more tiny homes.
And Councilmember Barnacle, I just want to add, we can build the housing units. That's actually not the barrier for us. It's the ongoing support. And so that's why we're looking at the family shelter right now, is because it's proximate to COTS, helping COTS with that one full-time staff person. We talked about putting that in our budget. So we are looking at ways to look at city-owned parcels, try to figure out what that looks like, but the building of the units is not the issue. It's the wraparound support. And that's been our biggest challenge, frankly, and it's a challenge in our county and elsewhere, so.
I think when we did the 25 units at People's Village, we said we could get to 30. So maybe we could add 5 more to People's Village.
I'm sure.
You know, it's 5 more people.
We just need to find room for our courtyard, yes.
Yes, I hear it. I hear it. It's a really successful way of getting people off the street. So I think those are my comments on this. Like, continue to, you know, nail the fairgrounds, downtown investments, and do more on homelessness.
Staff report calls out Home Key 3, and maybe not in this category, but Home Key 3. What is the status of Home Key 3?
I don't have Karen here anymore. I don't know. Thank you.
Karen about that recently, and she basically said
It's fully subscribed, I believe, at this point.
Yeah, it's fully subscribed. I think it's past the deadline to apply, maybe, and there's no Home Key 4.
Yet. So, you know, we'll continue to look for those opportunities.
She blamed it again. This has been blamed on. We blamed stuff on this already tonight, but on owners that want more than the appraised value.
Yeah, we could have. Yes, that's true.
And Councilmember Now.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the slide before this. The fairgrounds. I would like to see us work on a master plan so that we know what we're doing with that parcel. We've talked about a safety center on a portion of it and what the timeline is. The other thing was the downtown investments and beautification. Looking at our aging community, we really need to think of, and I really applaud staff for getting the grant from the AARP for the chessboards. But there's other things that our seniors and our handicapped, we need more places for them to sit and feel comfortable. I really would like to see the Kavanaugh Park. I would love to see that happen. And I'm sorry that the landowner is not working with us on that. The other one is we need more benches and public bathrooms downtown and parking, especially for our handicapped. And that is everything on my mind right now to make sure that we don't leave out.
Can I add some? I can't believe I'm asking to add something to our list. But Councilmember Now, you just reminded me because we've got a reimagining senior services, and I think we have a really good plan moving forward. Either it probably won't be the end of this current fiscal year, but it'll probably be the start or the first 6 months of the next fiscal year. Working on a 7-day senior center and programming 7 days a week. Working with PPSC and staff. So we're pretty excited about that. And I don't remember if we added this to the list, which I'm sorry I'm adding that to the list. But yes, we need it.
And to add to that, a possibility of maybe even making space at the fairgrounds for an extended senior area, because they're outgrowing, our population of seniors has grown so much that now we've outgrown our senior center, and it would be less expensive to utilize a portion of that space of the fairgrounds in one of the buildings that's not being used full time, where we can use it for some of the classes that the seniors are requesting and looking ahead to our future population.
So I'd like to concur. For me, the fairgrounds is number one. We told the public we wanted to be in charge, and that's the good news is now we're in charge, and the bad news is now we're in charge. So we have to get out and tell the public how much better it is with us in charge. I really want to see that visioning start. It may be that's the best location for a day labor facility in town, but that requires easy vehicle access, which means front of property. And I get the impression that everybody wants easy vehicle front of property. The premium property is the easiest street frontage rather than deep well into the property. But I really think we have to try and especially as we get more into district elections, you will find that the district council person, and especially in this upcoming election, will be lobbied hard by the people most impacted by the existing informal day labor structure. And so we will need to do something formally for them soon. So with that, I think we're ready to take this to public comment. So public comment is open, and the cards I have with people remaining, Ben Peters.
On the open space, I think it looks like we might have lost a couple, so I'd like to propose one, and that is St. Vincent High School. So, in that neighborhood, their only park is the cemetery, and then the St. Vincent High School parcel that's right next to the creek, where they put up a no trespassing sign. And they're hurting for money right now, so I think a park conservation easement would go a long way towards both a park for the community as well as a financial gain to the high school. So please consider that and have those conversations expeditiously. No one did talk about the climate blueprint. That is ongoing. I will say the electrification piece the date is 2026, for implementing that particular piece of it, even though some of the work has already started. I do think this will get into the next slide, but streamlining, council member or Vice Mayor Shribs, can give a very eloquent speech on streamlining the permitting for doing electrification projects. And I think that's something we should really consider. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicola Fry.
Finally.
Yeah, this is an easy. I'm speaking today in respect to all of the members of the Senior Advisory Committee, and in a conversation with Drew Halter recently, he said this is a good time to bring this up. It's time. Let me say that again, it's time. You're probably asking yourself, time for what? The city of Petaluma has 47 parks, and approximately 40 of these parks have playgrounds for children. While we support the new parks that are going in and the work that's being done, we feel it is time to consider and plan for outdoor areas specifically designed for older adults. This year, the Senior Advisory Committee created a strategy plan for improving the lives of the seniors who make up 30% of the population of Petaluma. One of our strategic goals is to promote a healthier lifestyle and well-being among seniors by developing proposals for the construction of outdoor physical exercise facilities specifically designed for them. During our research, we've discovered several different reasons why these would work and where they would work. But our goal began to create a proposal for projects that encouraged a broad range of Petalumans to live a healthier lifestyle. Those who have disabilities, those who are seniors, and those who are 5 years old and older. After much research that included field trips and that sort of thing, we felt it is time for the City Council to start considering the needs of our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope that comes up in the capital projects conversation in a few weeks. And John Hanania, anything today? Not now. Okay. We close the public comment on this particular period, and any comments on here? Do you wish to ask any sort of prioritizing leading questions?
I'll wait until the very
Yeah,
end and we'll
okay.
recap. And if I leave anything off, you can tell me.
So we're on policy, programs, and plans. No, that's what we just finished. And now we're on to organizational health. Okay.
Just to give council an update, and I think, Brian, if you want to walk through what we've been doing with staff, so just because that's going to probably be something that council's not as familiar with.
Yeah, so in this category, from the original top 10, we had that sort of combined goal that was police oversight and diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have split those out, feel like those are kind of on their own positive trajectories in both of those categories. So we have broken those out into two. Additionally, we have this organizational development goal, which doesn't necessarily describe what it is, but there's more detail in your packet. We did do, as far as we know, the first ever employee survey within the organization. Got a ton of great feedback on how we can make it the best workplace possible, how we can retain and attract folks, et cetera. So we have 7 or 8 bullet points or work plan items underneath this goal in terms of implementing a rigorous training program, doing some mentorship, revamping and upgrading our performance evaluation system. So a lot of internally focused things that we would like to really develop the organization and make it a great workplace and be able to attract and retain our staff.
And keep our vacancies low at 6.5%, which they are right now.
We also will be working on the enterprise resource planning software, as well as a bigger, broader strategic plan, including a citywide mission, vision, and then the 7 values that Peggy mentioned and rolled out earlier. And then finally updating purchasing regulations. I know we had some talk about the charter earlier. That is an element of our purchasing regulations, but there are some things we can do in the shorter term to really upgrade that and make it easier for us to purchase goods and services that we need. And then also documenting a lot of these things in new standard operating procedures so that we can replicate it, we can document it, and retain some institutional memory as we're moving forward.
So this is a less sexy category, but it's so crucial. It's so crucial for our processes, for our staffing, for the people that are behind the services. Just the policy and standard operating procedures. I would say that, we've got personnel rules back from 1979. We've got a ton of work we need to do on our infrastructure, on our administrative infrastructure that we've been trying to do and make time for, and especially with new staff, just standard operating procedures. It makes our processes smoother. It makes agenda management smoother. It just makes all of the work that we do a little more seamless, and we just haven't had the opportunity to really delve into it. So we are committed, and I mentioned that last year in my performance evaluation, that we really need to focus on this. So it's going to be a high priority for us. And again, I know it's not sexy, but it's important. It helps us get the work done.
But not this year. This will pay off long run. Yeah. Comments, Vice Mayor Schribb.
I just want to thank you for this is a huge shift in policy. I was in the corporate world 25 years ago, and at that point, looking at all the management practices, this is what was being pushed. And there was lots of research and data to support this. So looking at changing standard operating procedures, streamlining, especially your purchasing, the ability to come up with a new purchasing package and look at resource inventory type packages that are included with that, all of this technology that is there, and then supporting it with healthy staff, well-beings, and doing all that. So this is phenomenal. And thank you for doing all this critical work. It's definitely the right way to go, and keeping our staff, because we have a fantastic staff working super hard and efficiently now, and they're getting better and better all the time and being more productive. And the amount of work that you guys are doing and your staff is way above and beyond my expectations. And I think most people are seeing the same thing, that with with all the stuff that's happening, it's amazing. And so thank you for doing such a good job on all this. And continuous improvement is what it's all about.
Yes.
Moving to public comment, Ben Peters.
I've been waiting all night to talk about the purchasing policy. You know, I've been talking about this for 5 years, right? So we need to modernize our purchasing policy. Bjorn mentioned this again today. It's a roadblock in getting our streets safer. I will say on the floating solar project, my understanding is a $300,000 consulting agreement was signed, and then a $5 million amendment was signed by the city manager with no public input or after sight from the city council. And so we have a situation where we can't approve a $31,000 street improvement, but the city manager can approve a $5 million contract amendment. And so again, it's not like those weren't the right things to do, but if I had more than 3 days to comment on that, I promise you we would have saved some money. Okay, so we need to daylight some of these service contracts. I'm thinking specifically of the Cicerco energy efficiency one, which I'm waiting for an update on. I know it's coming soon, but I can only imagine the opportunities there are to bring in the wealth of community expertise in making our city better and making our procurements happen, right? What we're talking about is purchasing things. And so if we focus on modernizing our procurement policy and including better community involvement, then we'll be better off. Thank you.
Nicola Fry. John Hanania.
Getting old, I used to get here a lot faster. I'd just like to know what's going on with the oversight, police oversight. It's supposed to be happening. How long ago, Dennis, we talked about this? I see you laughing because you make me laugh too. I mean, we've been talking about this for how long? I'm sorry, but you have to ask the questions, and I don't understand it. I mean, maybe I get an answer. Thank you.
I'm happy to answer that.
Please.
We currently have an independent police auditor who's got an annual report that's coming to council in March 18th. And we'll have a process for seating our public safety advisory group at that time.
I guess I'm going to go to the church and light a candle.
There you go.
Can I ask one clarifying question? Charter revisions, does that go to vote of the people? So we're talking about an election cycle, timing it with an election cycle.
Timing it with the election cycle and having a community.
Pardon me?
Having a community panel to help us with.
Well, there's a couple of different ways. That's one way. And it's a pretty long, it's like a 6-month process to really do it right. But sort of behind what Peggy was saying about some of our staff investment that we need to do and our policy and procedure investment that we need to do is going to be, it's part of our maturity as an organization. And we're getting to the point, we've gotten to the point now where the number of staff we have and the things we've taken on, we're seeing the obstacles that are holding us from going forward. And I think the council's right that we don't need to do the charter tomorrow, but I would say in the next couple of years, that's going to be the thing that we're going to see is keeping us from being the modern Petaluma fully realizing its potential. And what you saw in our staff report materials about that is that charters are documents of limitation. They're voter-imposed constraints on the council's authority. And for big modern cities, they're not long documents like ours. That's why I say ours is charter heavy, not charter light. And it includes things like we can't do design build, and it includes goofy gaps in the purchasing, and ridiculous holdovers from pre-Prop 13 and when the school district elections were managed by the city and all kinds of stuff. And it's our constitution for the city. So modern ones are a lot shorter. What I'm going to advocate to you now, and then if I'm still here serving you, which I hope I am, is as a full replacement. And we could do discrete things in the meantime, and we can do some implementation things and will regarding purchasing. And, you know, I've been advocating for this for a while too, and I've had a draft since I think 2016 that we have now new staff to look at and take it next level, which is great. So anyway, that's I think what we're going to see about that, and we don't have to do it right now, but it's part of our maturation, I think, as a city, to really be able to do more of what the council's talking about wanting us to do more of, and the community expects.
You frame the magnitude of the issue quite finely. It goes with an election. That's a big deal. Yeah. Do we have comments on this section? Can I ask the city manager maybe help lead us through the slides one more, to make sure you've got what you want?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure we're going to close public comment.
Yeah, we did close public comment.
Okay, because Peggy jumped in on, answered one question. We never.
Thank you.
Closed it.
Public comment is closed.
Cool. Thank you.
And let me bring it back to council for a moment there, Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a chance to make final comments. Is that the case?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a desire to do so, so let's do so, and that'll give the city manager time to tee up what she needs for takeaway.
I'll be quick. I think year zero in the city thread, 5 miles is a good goal. Between D Street, 5th Street, finishing Rainier, and then if we did a quick build on Casa Grande and we got to work on Caulfield, that's 5 miles. Like those 5 streets right there, 3 of them are already done. We should be able to get those checked off the box like really quick. We could do 5 miles of bike lanes as a goal for next year, and actually get that, make notable improvements in very close proximity to schools. On the nomination program, I think focusing on areas or corridors, like Bjorn said, I think is a good idea, because I think it's important to, you know, show to the rest of the city what good design looks like. And sometimes that doesn't happen with just spot things everywhere. But if we really focused on like Webster, Western, you know, like there's a whole mess of people that are clamoring for stuff over here. I've met with them. Every time I see the people on Western, they ask me what's the status of our project, and I don't have an answer for them. Bjorn mentioned Madison. There's no shortage of people on Madison that want people to go slower on Madison. I think we can do a lot more than 20 if we really move this forward, and I'd like to see us try and do that. I think that needs to be a priority. I want to just say that our public works team took the biggest serial killer in Petaluma off the streets when they put that stuff at Pineview. Like, that was a serial killer. It killed multiple people. It was going to kill multiple more people, and they saved lives. And that's what street safety can do for us. We know these things, and we don't want to hear a person say, I was saying to the city, we should have done something, we should have done something. We want to say they did something, and I'm so grateful. We don't want that. Like, if we wait, it's going to happen, and we can do something about it. So let's just treat this as the safety issue it was, as if there was someone walking around with a gun, and get them off the street and save lives. You know, downtown investments, housing, homelessness, fairgrounds, those are all like cannabis. Those are top priorities for me. Anything that fits into those things, you know, rises right to the top of my priority list. So I think that's all I'm going to say for my priorities.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
The other thing I'm going to add in is a little bit of combination of what's already happening in the general plan. The committee is working on land use right now, and I would really like to see a complete first draft completed by the end of this year and turned in, and particularly working on the land uses, because there's so much development of where businesses that we bring in, buildings that we can build in places, trying to find all these different things. Even at like, and then, which would also maybe include, okay, downtown, we have stores going out of business. Well, could we make one of those stores out of business? Could we turn that into a restroom area, a public restroom, full facilities that's large enough for capacity for the entire downtown for visitors and tourists to come use? But finding the land use for the entire city and how we're going to develop as a city, those discussions right now are going on, and I know that's on the list, but I would like to make sure that the general plan, especially those land uses and everything else that's tied to it, is at least a first draft by end of this year.
I think I don't see any hands. I think they're waiting for perhaps your guidance through the list.
All right, let's go through that list. Can you get me back to the first slide? Pretty please. So capital projects, we will be talking at our CIP workshop in May, but I did hear Caulfield Crossing, and a variety of things under the Caulfield Crossing, trestle, how to close that gap, how to get it shovel ready, what grants, what potential funding can we get for that. Active transportation, I've got Lynch Creek Trail, River Trails, gap closure, 5-year street improvement plan, Maria Drive, Washington Street. So we'll have a variety of conversations about these projects specifically, but our safe streets and how we're getting to 20 plus in a year, and really focus our investments on, even if the active transportation plan isn't done by the time we do our CIP, that all those inputs, whether it's been our nomination program, all the things that have informed that we will have projects in the hopper this year. So that's CIP.
Did you want to allow a minute to anybody
please.
to take a minute there? I just want to support Councilmember Barnacle's 5 mile year zero comment in there.
Yeah.
And then we have $89 million CIP this year. I'd like our capital meeting to show the success rate, accomplishment rate of on the funding of it, and then any new or for the upcoming capital, let's put a milestone for how much of the project we're promising to deliver during this any fiscal year. So
We'll
we
do
know
that. We'll definitely
we'll know
do
the
that.
milestones.
Mm-hmm. We'll definitely commit to what we're going to get completed in the first year.
And I think both you and Brian meant this, but I just Brian listed a bunch of stuff, and I know some of that is part of our eventual integrated, complete, and seamless active mobility network. But I just want to emphasize that, because sometimes I feel like we're 5 miles of 20 quarter-mile segments that aren't continuous is not as good as a mile or two at a time.
100%, Dennis. Like what's on Rainier right now is not an effective. It's an effective demonstration for did we slow down traffic.
Right.
It's not an effective demonstration for did we promote riding your bike, because it's still not safe to ride your bike. You're not going to ride your bike, from McDowell to Maria. You're going to ride your bike through
Right.
there. So absolutely.
So the corridor versus the. Yeah, right. Got it. Okay, so capital done, legislation policy. Gosh, we talked a lot about cannabis. If we can do it quicker, bringing that back to council. We'll talk about our process on March 11th, potentially bring it back in June if we can do the quicker pilot program with a report back within a year to be able to talk about expansion. let's see, we've got making sure that we can implement the parking and the parking entry ordinances, the enforcement, education, outreach. Revisiting kind of parking, what the parking ordinance looks like. We've talked about two elements. One was just the good behavior on city streets, what the source of many neighborhood complaints are, what that timeline would be, and what the challenges would be if we brought back anything beyond that. So the parking ordinance, as Sebastopol was considering, probably is not the way we want to go, but we can have that conversation with council, what that timeline looks like. I've got leaf blower ordinance, so we can talk about when we could plug that in based upon our current workload. The chain link fence ordinance, I really feel like that's more of a code enforcement conversation that we can talk about, and just what that implementation looks like, and might be much more than an ordinance. We've lowered the prioritization on charter amendments, but I'm still going to put that in out years because I feel like we still need to tee that up, and then council can shoot that down if we don't want to do that. Downtown beautification, talking about more of a strategy for our downtown, both from an economic development standpoint to a code enforcement, some of the work that we could do with property owners, not just code enforcement, but incentivizing our property owners and figuring out a way to work with them. We've got universal basic income expiring at the end of the year, and talking about what the city's doing to look at continuing that program. Then we got to talk about housing, that how do we incentivize affordable housing construction? We will be bringing our housing element implementation back to council by year. I think we have a report card actually that'll walk us through that.
2 weeks.
But yeah, so we'll bring it back in 2 weeks, but we'll also bring it back as part of this conversation about how things plug in. So we have to figure out staffing. Policy and programs. I thought that wasn't it. Council want us to bring back the time of sale sidewalk ordinance?
I think where we landed on that one was as code enforcement as well, and if we could show robustness, and if we could show an assist program.
Well, what's happening with their existing program, what's working, what's not, and how we can improve that. Policy programs and plans, open space acquisition, really not spending more time on Kavanaugh, but giving council more information and status on where Cedar Grove is and La Cresta/English Hill. We will be bringing the Helen Putnam expansion piece to council. I think it's April 15th. So it might be the same day we bring back our second bite at the apple on this work. Next steps on Lafferty, what that looks like, and we'll be talking a little bit about that work. We didn't bring up, Patrick, is Paula Lane and the work that we're doing on Paula Lane, so I'll add that. Fairgrounds, we need to keep doing what we're doing. We do have, we'll have a timeline. Actually, staff is working on a list of things that we've done since we've taken over the property, which is extensive. And so we've actually started that list, so we'll be bringing that back to council. Actually, probably before even the 15th, we'll probably be sending that out to council and then working on a public communications piece on that. We've talked about prioritizing the specific plan for the North Station, housing, and the planning process that we already have listed. We've talked about the day labor center and how do we handle that, and what's kind of that plan for that. I've got downtown investments again. I call it reimagining senior services, which gets to a variety of things, not just our senior center, but our age-friendly planning effort. And we'll actually be meeting this week to talk about an action plan for that. So we have that prioritized. Homelessness, just how we are hitting that year 3 of our trying to get to functional zero, and what that trajectory for the city looks like, and investment, corresponding investment. Streamlining, I've got some public comment, but streamlining permitting of electrification projects, like that's probably going to be part of our discussion about just electrification in general. And then organizational health, we get a lot of feedback on that, but we all recognize the necessity. And we'll be bringing back real specifics about that and what that's going to yield in year 1 and year 2. It's a lot. It's a lot. So appreciate everybody's patience. I realize that it doesn't seem like the city gets things done as quickly, but if we can focus on a few every year, we can get a lot more done. Yeah.
Question, I don't really know the details of the West Wing and how much. the
Oh,
county
you mean
owns
taking
in
over
it.
City Hall? Yeah. So we've been working slowly but surely, kind of wearing down the county to give us back our West Wing. And it started off with Supervisor Rabbit giving us his office, which was awesome. And then us moving into what used to be the first, I think it was first 5 area there. That's where we're building our, we're doing our extension of our permit. So that's the construction that you see on the West Wing. We still have the courts on that side, and we still have a conversation to have with the county, because we believe that we can take over without having to.
We just need to revisit those arrangements. There's a funny history there with, formerly the county had a real estate interest here, but they haven't for a long time, and they haven't been really, there's been no consideration for, they do have, they're part owner of the building in that section, but there's no ground lease. So I think it's time to revisit that, and we've had some very nice conversations, like with Johannes about that, and
but it's probably gonna take a little bit of. It's definitely gonna take some legal work, because we need to take back our city hall.
Yeah, we need a pathway, and it's also, I think part of it is cooperation with the county that they rightly expect about, when they need locations here for meetings and stuff, and that's not
Which we do accommodate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
anyways, it's just taking back our city hall, and it's to accommodate our staff, our growing staff. And you can see that when we're leasing space for our public works, but finding places for 400 staff when we were a city of 240 when I got here. So we've grown significantly.
yeah, we have to utilize every square inch.
Yeah.
Well, anyone, appreciate all the effort on putting goals in front of us and putting a basic work plan in front of us at the same time. And I just want to acknowledge that this is not the exhaustive list. This is just the tip of the iceberg thing. I know legal has to work on smart, quiet zones, and I mean, there's all these things that involve us just more deeply into things that maybe we assume the city does an awful lot. And it's real nice to recognize the achievement that we're actually getting done so much. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thanks, team.
Recording stopped.